Доброе утро, дорогие друзья!
Good afternoon, dear friends. I'm happy to greet you at our panel Health, Wealth or a Favorite Park, what makes a citizen happy. And it's very nice that this discussion opens today's discussion, well-being, city for all, health sustainability. We have got used that the development of the cities is determined by social and economic parameters and measured by some large figures. In the last years, we've been observing the changes of optical perception of a city, with more attention being paid to people and their requirements and demands. And one of the most important indices is happiness of city citizens. Well, economic parameters, when being calculated, and major cities are leading and small cities are outsiders. And in case of happiness, there are options and opportunities for everyone. And we're going to speak how to make citizens happy, how to measure this happiness, and how specialists in different areas approach the evaluation of happiness and well-being. I greet today's speakers, Larry Beasley, former co-director of Planning City of Vancouver, co-author of Eco-Design for Cities and Suburbs, and the author of Vancouverism, Mikhail Luria, Assistant Professor, Department of Anthropology, European University of St. Petersburg. We hope Phil Kosikulo will join us, Senior Researcher of Barcelona Institute for Environmental Science and Technology, Marketa Kutte, Professor of Land Use Planning, Department of Built Environment, Aalto University, and Alexander Mamayev, Executive Director of Apex Company. And I would like to start today's conversation about happiness and different approaches of its evaluation and study. I'd like to give the floor to Mikhail Luria, who is going to speak about large study, if I'm not mistaken, planned for 2 years about culture and happiness, how development of culture in Russian cities affects happiness of the citizens. The floor is yours, Michael. Thank you, colleagues. Good afternoon. It's a great honor to speak at Moscow Urban Forum and to share some ideas and thoughts that we already have as a result of our study. But let me start from a bit afar. Since talking about this subject of study as happiness, you should have some reservations of different sort. Therefore, we can't understand what we're talking about. And happiness is a category is quite complicated and difficult to perceive and difficult to be institutionalized by the researchers, and a lot of people write about it who study happiness of different disciplines. There are several reasons for that, several contradictions or dichotomies connected with the happiness category and other side terms and categories. Well, happiness, according to cultural conventions, presupposes different different dimensions. Not the state, not social group, on the whole can be happy or unhappy. And we suppose happiness, individual happiness is measured by individual experiences and emotions, although there are social measurements. Happiness is something good. Socially shared concept, and the person who has happiness, is happy, has something important. And speaking in that key, we are not talking about internal emotions and feelings, which are difficult to grasp by the experts, but within the frames of different ideologies. And the second dichotomy is between the state and emotion. On the one hand, when we are speaking about a happy man, I used to be a happy man some days ago, today I am happy, and perhaps tomorrow I'm going to be happy. Well, and happiness is something that characteristic of me for a certain period of time and present, and can be measured by different parameters, economic, for family, well-being, and on the other hand, we are talking about happiness as an emotion. I was experiencing happiness within these seconds. Happiness, well, from moment to moment, and difficult to grasp and to study and to evaluate. And you can only discuss about such kind of happiness. And another dichotomy that can be marked, but it's more standard for social studies, economic versus cultural specific. A lot of experts used to say, if we want to study happiness with parameters quite common for European culture, it's quite different for other cultures. And there's a known paradox that according to different measurements, the happiest people could be the poorest, or alcoholics, or people of marginal areas and layers of society. So can we speak about universal happiness? No. And there are different studies walking different paths using some objective parameters. Those who measure culturally specific happiness should pay more attention to specific cultural context and use internal categories that the study, the culture is using. And speaking about typology of happiness, the researchers and experts have more or less consensus concept that we can talk about two basic, very different and opposite types of happiness. Happiness connected with a Greek concept otimony, some social civic value. I'm happy that I'm serving my motherland. I'm happy that I'm a citizen of St. Petersburg. And another happiness when we are mean hedonism. Happiness is relish, not connected with body pleasures, maybe spiritual pleasures, but it is another happiness juxtaposed to the first one. And for anthropologists, of all that I have just said, there are several summaries. On the one hand, you should have in mind local scale, local scope. When happiness is culturally local and culturally specific for this or that group. And hence, a study of happiness is connected with ethnographic method. We must understand happiness as the way it is understood by the group we want to understand. And on the other hand, we want to deconstruct happiness category and to look at this category through the eyes of those people who are under study by us, and we want to understand their happiness. So these are the principles for our study that was mentioned by our moderator, the culture of happiness and the role of cultural institutions in well-being of Russian citizens. It's quite a large and long study. We are in the middle of it. It was supported by Potanin Fund. Our idea was to look how in different locations, in different in size and living standard and cultural parameters in different regions of Russia, people tie happiness to consumption of production and consumption of culture. So we limited our focus of by intersection of culture and happiness, and we studied different cities from a million citizens city Perm, quite a well-known city because of different cultural revolutions, and two small provincial towns, Mezень in the north of Arkhangelsk region with 2,000 people, and these communities are difficult for access in the spring and winter time. As for methodology, we used the whole range of anthropological methods in site interview and other observations. We are trying to be involved and be inclusive in this area, to spend as much time as possible together with citizens and live their lives. And another important point of our methodology, we never ask direct questions about happiness. We want and we are waiting for people to speak about happiness, what they experience, and why they experience pleasure and satisfaction when they attend different cultural institutions. And we are beginning to understand something. Let me share with you our findings. A person can have satisfaction from culture for different reasons. Satisfaction from cultural environment. I mean, architectural, social environment that surrounds this person, or aesthetical environment. Our informers say they enjoy attending theater plays or cinemas, and they would like to live in such cities where the environment makes them happy or at least satisfied. And another pleasure number two is emotional pleasure, affective pleasure, or because of culture, a widespread concept. You can often hear about culture through the prism of impressions, from light sense up to catharsis of extreme state, using different expressive different metaphorical ways of speech. And culture also gives pleasure and happiness as people understand that they get to know some values. You're happy that you possess some values, you get in touch with them. It is approved and socially prestigious behavior. Besides, culture very often is enjoyable for the sake of communication. A communicative situation is very important when you consume this or that cultural product. And finally, fifth variety of cultural pleasure or satisfaction is from participation and involvement. You can be a manager, director of a library in a provincial town, or you can be a musician, a poet, producing some products. And this pleasure of this type is connected with the concept of creative work and those specific moduses of experiencing creative process. And while you can also say that with these types of pleasure, keeping in mind there is a general concept of culture juxtaposed to mundane, ordinary way of life. Culture is something good and special. Cultural life can be explicitly juxtaposed to ordinary life. They are never equal, even when you don't hear sincere words about it. Culture is apart from ordinary life, like holidays from normal working days. And so connotation of exclusivity and elitarian concept. Disposition of man to culture can be described as a distance, and the process and each act of being close to culture as a transition to certain form which is understood as a norm. And when you cover this distance coming from non-culture to culture, from a mundane life to exceptional life, well, and let me complete by one metaphor for you to judge. Quite a typical metaphor. Culture is a temple of culture. We think it's appropriate, partly, I mean, a picture by Bruegel, speaking about culture as a garden of pleasures, as a garden of cultural pleasures, garden as a site which is always wonderful, nice, and you can recall the name of our panel about different parks. A garden, a place where you don't live, it's a place which you go to have satisfaction and to feel pleasure. You can breathe different aromas. You can grow flowers and plants, plow and enjoy this activity. And those who attend these gardens, they have pity, feel pity for those who do not go. So these are my ideas, well, being in the middle of our study, but frankly speaking, if asked how to use our theoretical constructs and conclusions in your studies, for example, for urban specialists or municipal authorities or people of cultural community, I have no conclusion yet. Somehow or other, we have to wait for some time. We need to finish our process of making conclusions with empirical summaries transformed into practical conclusions. Thank you.
Well, you have 1 year and a half left before you. I hope that you will find those recipes. Thank you very much, Mikhail. I would like just to remind to dear colleagues about our deadlines, because our time is limited, and I kindly ask you not to pass over your time. Is Filka Sekulova with us now? Has Filka Sekulova joined us? Okay, unfortunately, we won't be able to listen to the point of view of economists on happiness. But now, from this topic of gardens of pleasure, we'll go to the topic of urban planning, and I would like to ask Marketa Kuta to tell us about the experience of Alt University in urban planning, which is based taking into account values, demands and habits of city dwellers. Please tell us, how do you research on these habits and how we can create a city environment where people will be happy?
Good morning, everybody. I suppose I was already introduced. I don't speak Russian, so I'm not sure. Let me try to share my screen. Just a moment. I'm disabled to share my screen. Can you let me do that?
Unfortunately not. We don't see your screen.
So
some technical troubles.
I think you have to enable me to share my screen.
Please try again.
Yes, now I can. Yes, thank you. So I suppose...
it's okay. Yes, we see your screen.
Good, very good. Okay, best wishes from Helsinki, where I come from, and where I work as a professor of land use planning in Aalto University. I am originally an environmental psychologist as my background. So surprise, surprise, I have always been interested in this human aspect in planning and design. I have been often told that it is not actually easy or possible even to get knowledge from people from their everyday life. Like this tacit knowledge of everyday life sort of escapes the hand that is trying to reach that kind of knowledge. I refuse to believe that it would not be possible to get usable knowledge from people in planning and development. And my personal answer to this challenge has been a specific place-based methodology or approach that my team has been developed. And here the idea is that if you collect knowledge about human behavior and experiences place-based, then this kind of knowledge comprises a whole new knowledge on top of the GIS-based knowledge about urban structural characteristics. You probably know that there is this huge collection of digital data in geographic information system that then can be complemented with a new layer. I used to call it soft GIS knowledge layer. And why I thought this would be a good idea? Well, from one side, it would allow us to do wonderful new research combining human experiences to the actual physical characteristics of places. And then on the other hand, produce a new methodology for participatory urban planning. These two sides of the coins are where the possibilities. And actually, we have done research on both sides of the coin with online map-based surveys. This place-based approach has been concretized with these surveys, and nowadays they are called Maptionnaire services. And in fact, we have done research on a number of different themes, including environmental health promotion that I today concentrate on. But we have also, of course, studied participatory planning practices with this approach. And today I will talk more about that side of the coin in the other session, new challenges in urban planning. But let's today concentrate on the research on environmental health promotion and what this place-based approach can bring along to that field. You probably know, many of you may know that there is a lot of research about the characteristics of environment that promote mental health. And here the answer is dominantly that green spaces promote mental health and environmental stress restoration. But there is an other side of the coin here, namely, or another field of research on environmental health promotion. And here we talk more about what kind of environment promotes active lifestyle and in that way promote well-being and health. What is sad is that these two lines of research have stayed quite separate. And in my research, we have tried to do a little bit research on both, but maybe concentrating more on the right side of the story here, mainly the research on active living. We have developed some kind of context-sensitive research or approach to this health promotion field. We, for example, a PhD student from my team finished her PhD recently about active aging. And what she found was that there was certain kind of environment that promoted active lifestyle of aging people, even if the person wasn't interested at all in their own well-being, or they weren't active, or they weren't especially active individuals. So this means that even potato couches moved more in certain type of environment. And what kind of environment that was? Well, it was an environment with rather high residential density, public transportation, intersection density with lots of sports places. And we have actually done more research with this approach, studying various user groups, also children and young people, and people with different lifestyles. But what is special about our approach is that we are not studying the physical characteristics of environment within static administrative areas. That would not be a very context-sensitive approach. In the first phase, we used buffers around people's homes, and we calculated certain characteristics of environment, like density, within that buffer. But even that wasn't very sensitive approach. Like, people can use their surroundings in a variety of ways. Maybe there are people whose individual activity space is smaller or bigger. So we took that into account. And we even took into account that people can use within their individual activity space certain areas more intensively and actively than other areas. So with this approach, we actually have been able to really study the environmental exposure that each of us gets in our daily life. And if you think about any health research, I would argue that it is super important to understand what is the exposure. How can you otherwise study health in any reliable way? So with these quite sensitive approaches, we have found direct associations between environmental characteristics and health. And this we didn't get when having a little bit less sensitive approach. So we have had lots of different direct associations, and also direct associations with green structure proportion and individual health. This we didn't get before than using the most sensitive way of measuring individual exposure. Now we have still taken one more step in a, let's say, individually sensitive approach, because we have defined individual activities based to various categories or types, because there are individuals who live some kind of monocentric life, like everything they do is surrounded or within around their homes. Maybe they have bicentric lifestyle, that they have two important nodes where their everyday life happens, or maybe they have several nodes. Then we would talk about polycentric activity spaces. And we have found that here we again find interesting health associations, both among older adults and younger adults. We have found that actually monocentric lifestyle predicts good perceived health. This was all I think that I today wanted to share with you. I hope you found our place-based approach interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marketa. Yes, it was extremely interesting and very helpful for all cities all over the world. Я еще раз осторожно напоминаю про
I
дедлайн. Хотелось бы все-таки
would like to remind you about our deadlines, because we would be glad to have some time for discussion and also to have time for all of the speakers. And now from the topic of urban planning, we will go to the topic of urban design, and we will continue to talk about city environment and its influence on city dwellers' happiness. And now I would like to ask to talk about his work Larry Beasley, who is the specialist and a theoretic researcher and also a practitioner who was responsible for urban design in Vancouver. And I would like to say that my colleagues, urbanists, use very often examples from Vancouver when we talk about best practices in the sphere of city environment. So I would like to ask Larry to talk about his approach, about his approach and the approach of his colleagues to city environment development. Have you thought about how you can make city dwellers happy, and also how the city design can work for this purpose?
A little bit about your work.
Well, thank you, Mikhail. I'm going to follow on very much from Marketa's themes, because they are very close to what my experience has always been. You know, there's some very fundamental sides to happiness, and I think that's what Mikhail was alluding to in his research. But we also know there's a personal, experiential dimension also to happiness, which is either offered or it's denied by the places that we occupy, where we live and work. I have to say, over the last century or so, this has not really been on the urban agenda, on the design agenda in building cities. Cities have been about efficiency, modernization, the economic engine of the city, and we've been glossing over this emotional side. And the result is that in very modern cities, with all the great wealth and energy and ideas, we still have a lot of unhappy people. So to redress this in our practice, we do something we call experiential urbanism. That is, that we try to design places that not only meet your basic needs, but that also engage and support people. Design places so you factor in day-to-day comfort, convenience, delight, spontaneous pleasure. You, Mikhail, in your notes asked me if I could provide a toolkit for this, 3 ideas that really stand out. And I'm going to do that. These are very simple things. I know them because I've practiced them, and then I've done post-occupancy evaluation to see just how people reacted to them. So I'm talking from very specific experience. Now, unfortunately, I do not have slides right now. But later on in the day, I'm giving a keynote speech, and there'll be about 150 images for you to look at. And also, I would commend to you that my book, Vancouverism, also has hundreds of those experiences. Of the 3, the first I want to emphasize, and it goes very much back to what Marketa was talking about, is the complete neighborhood module. We know that people on a personal basis and a social basis, they enjoy the order and the comfort when the things they need in the city are very close around them, within a few minutes walk in most cases. The mayor of Paris calls this the 15-minute neighborhood. This is where everything is conveniently near, where healthy mobility, the active mobilities happen spontaneously. You don't have to tell people, where people mix up naturally, where you will always see lots of children in the environment. And we know one of the fundamentals of happiness is just seeing children, where there are fun outlets, where there are social things to do to keep people interested. And then when you add job space into that, it gets even better. We know 2 things: proximity, getting things closer together, and diversity, mixing things up, are the 2 magic ingredients of livable cities and therefore happy cities. The second is what I would call the green network, that direct access to nature. Again, Marketa referred to this. Urban life is frantic, and one needs respites from that urban life. One needs intellectual and spiritual reinvigoration. And the best way to do that is to find your way to a green place. Access to nature can never be underestimated when we're designing cities. And by that, I don't just mean a park, one park. I mean a network of greens, green linkages that are all connected. Yes, the grand parks, the large parks, the botanical gardens where you can host sports and exercise, reinforce health, but also the small places that enhance contemplation and where you can really reconnect with yourself and your friends and your family and those around you. In Vancouver, we go one step further. We actually connect you to the landscape around you, the mountains and the water, because we believe that that green concept is much bigger, that the commonwealth of our experience has to do also with that wonderful natural environment in which we live. And the third is the curation of public space. You know, we experience spaces and places moment to moment, very up close and personal. Are they healthy? Are they safe? Are they social? Is there beauty? Do they touch your heart? Do they touch your soul? Are they really engendering, I would dare even use the word love. Are they engendering love? Have they been designed? Have they been managed? You know, every city is filled with thousands of spaces that are just left over. They're often ugly, they're often forgotten, they're often utilitarian, they're often very brutal. I like a program such as that in Rotterdam, in the Netherlands. It's called the City Lounge Program. And what they do is they go actively out, it's like acupuncture, and they find a small space. It's a forgettable space, it's an ugly space, and they just convert it so that it's now a draw for people individually, families, group interaction and fun. And they bring in lots of landscape, big trees. They add a lot of public art. They manage noise. They include programming in the spaces. And what happens is that people love those spaces. And as they love those spaces, they actually like their whole place. They like their whole experience. They remember it, and it's a factor of their sense of joy and sense of happiness. These are just simple ideas. These are not complex, but when I've done the post-occupancy evaluation after implementing them, I get really high response rates positively about, I want to live here, I want to stay here, I never want to leave here. And that really is the proof of, beyond everything else, that we're on the right track. And I'd like to leave you with a final thought. Because of the complexity of that concept of happiness, it's you can be unhappy in a beautiful city. I will admit that. But I can tell you it is very, very hard to be happy in a city that's banal and brutal and insensitive to your individual needs. So I hope that helps add into our conversation. Thank you, Mikhail.
Yes, thank you, Larry. It was a very inspirational speech. Спасибо огромное, действительно, мне кажется...
Well, I believe that this approach to development of urban environment is useful to the cities all over the world and in our country. And from urban design, we move to urban architecture, and we're going to speak about Russian cities. And Alexander Mamayev is our speaker. Well, a few days ago in the Russian internet, we saw a scandalous, notorious advertisement about development when a family moves from an old apartment from the old Soviet house, and they are moving to a newly built house, and the main character, one of the main characters, little girl, is looking with disgust at the shabby houses and shows an obscene gesture from the back seat of the car to the old district where she used to live. But here is a question. What are the criteria for good new architecture and new districts? And we often come across a situation when new, bold and bright architecture, well, on the one hand, opposing a standard gray environment, well, it also provokes a different reaction in the society, and there are different opinions of people. And I would ask Alexander Mamayev to speak about the experience of his design bureau Apex, the experience of creating a new environment and that unites people. Mikhail, thank you for introduction. Good morning, everyone. Look here. To begin with, let me give a comment about this provocative advertisement. Well, such advertisement provokes more discussion and pays more attention to our profession of architects and developers, and it well helps to involve more people for discussion and thinking about new environment, and our profession is becoming more popular, and an architect should be a media person, like a rock star or cinema star, for us to be able to initiate a dialogue between us and the citizens. Well, coming back to our conversation, well, Mikhail was right that there is no universal happiness, and for each person happiness is something personal, intimate, without unification. For someone it's a morning jogging, for someone it's a fresh croissant with a coffee in a cafe, other is reuniting with the family, and authors, architecture cannot provide reply to all requirements, individual requirements, but it is to make people think and pay more attention to the space and environment around them. And iconic architecture, it's a thing that is a trigger for development of adjoining areas that are supposed to be developed, having received this impetus. you cannot make a city consisting of the conic architecture. It should be a balance between author's decision and other components. Well, let me also say that we in our bureau support the thesis that happiness cannot be imposed. It's impossible to make a person be happy when you develop certain developing and construction standards in the city. What is important to note? Those scenarios of development that we used to have in Soviet and post-Soviet space in former Soviet republics, they were based on half totalitarian general plans for urban development that meant that people serve the city, not the city serves the people, and the importance of an individual is not seen there. And the implementation of such projects with broad avenues, centralized places of recreation and places of work was aimed at creation of representative function of a city, but it was not connected with a real-life scenario. Once again, you cannot impose happiness. We believe that the key to success is connected to local places of identity, local points of attraction in every city, in every district, with implementation of landmark architecture and environmental architecture around it, uniting micro communities. A person needs communication, socializing in a recreation park or in some other places, but large parks, they are too much centralized and congested. You sometimes cannot feel your belonging to a certain group or community. Therefore, we are for multi-layer, motley blankets without universal approaches and the false concept that we know the response to any question of citizen people. Well, and creation of leisure and transformed environment that would be adaptable for current needs of the population and meet their expectations and wishes. And the realization that within the frames of our architectural project we are able to answer all questions and demands. Well, imagine you are buying a new apartment after refurbishment with furniture and paintings on the walls. But you're not there. It's a scenario that was not written by you, and when we start our projects, we provide for the opportunity of changes and transformation, different scenarios and adaptation in accordance with the needs of a family. Let me finish on it. I have prepared several slides, but I'm not going to share them. Well, thank you, Alexander, very much. Your idea that you cannot make a person be happy, happiness cannot be imposed, and our attempts and approaches to add into our cities more happiness, they are limited, and our opportunities are very important. It's essential to provide more opportunities for people to feel happy, and we have 10 minutes left for discussion. I guess we do not have time to discuss all the points, but let me ask the most important maybe and burning question, well, about the pandemic situation, the problem of all the whole world and all the cities, I am convinced that the pandemic is something that makes people in the cities unhappy. So our aim, social space, is development of neighborhood links that was well, broken by the pandemic and social transport that was prioritized by urban experts. Now this transport is being more dangerous from the point of view of epidemiological situation, more dangerous than individual cars. Individual cars that were not welcomed by urban specialists. And here is a question to all participants. What do you think about this crisis situation, a crash test for the planet, for Russian cities? Well, how can we try to make our population a little bit more happy? What are the options in further development of our cities in this situation? Who would like to give comment?
Да.
Yes, you're welcome. Larry?
You know, it's interesting. Yes, the pandemic has brought terrible pain and suffering to so many people. But what we've discovered in our experience here in Canada is that that neighborhood has actually been a great benefit. People have rediscovered their neighborhood. They're getting out of their cars, they're getting out of transit, they're working at home, and now they need all the services and supports around them. So the neighborhoods, and it goes back to Marketta's point, the neighborhoods that are complete, diverse, supportive, are now really, everyone says, thank you so much that we have those. And other areas say, I'm stuck, I'm isolated, I'm away from everything, and it doesn't really work. I must get in my car, which I don't want to do, or I must get on transit, which I think is unsafe. So that neighborhood concept has proven to be very, very effective. And I'll give you a kind of a metaphorical indication of that. I don't know if this happens in your city, but in my city, at 7 o'clock every night in the neighborhood, everyone stands out in their gardens and in their balconies, and we clap and we celebrate our essential service workers. We are very happy. We are very neighborly. We are in the middle of the pandemic, and we've never been closer together emotionally and spiritually. And it really balances that terrible negative unhappiness that the pandemic has brought on.
Thank you very much, Larry. Очень важная тема.
Larry, thank you very much. It's an important topic. In the Russian cities, unfortunately, the neighborhood is less developed than in other world towns and cities. And I believe that these neighborly relations and links have a lot of important things. Colleagues, are there any other points during the pandemic which are important for you now? Yes, you're welcome, Market.
I would also like to comment on this pandemic situation. I live in exactly that kind of situation that Larry described in my own urban village. We have really started using local services more actively, and it has actually meant like a blossoming of this village spirit, I would say. I would like to also tell you that we are having a study ongoing about the actual impact of pandemic to our use of urban spaces. We happen to have a very good baseline study, so we approached the same individuals and asked them how they now use urban space, and we already know that for example, their use of close by green areas have increased. But we are not going to stop here. This is a result we expected. We are going to follow up these individuals even after pandemic and see whether any of these new behavioral patterns people have adopted will stay. And that's where the true scientific interest lies, in my view.
Спасибо огромное, Маркета. Thank you very much. Я бы попросил
Thank you very much, Michael. I would like to hear your opinion. Well, your study of happiness in Russian cities, your field work has been going on during the last 6 months. So my question is, how was the field being changed, the field of study, and the respondents, the citizens, how their approach and attitude to happiness and life in the cities changed? During the last 6 months, we have been studying distantly online because of quarantine and certain risks and exposures. When people like us go in from megapolises to small towns. But to summarize, I would protect pandemia. Of course, we would like to have it finished soon and with normal life coming back, but in the situation of some isolation and when you have acute feeling of danger, this changed the approaches in the sphere of consumption of culture and the communication of people with the city. Some practices that used to be habitual, they did not disappear, but we have more acute sense of what we need in life for our basic happiness. And what Larry said about neighborhood districts was confirmed by our studies, including St. Petersburg. At least virtual communities in St. Petersburg are being active when people help each other to get a new job or extra job. And as for culture, the initial panic and hysteria in the cultural community and cultural institutions in the springtime soon changed to productive mode when we saw new forms and norms that, of course, cannot replace live contact of people with cultural institutions, but with more alternative options appearing, but also offering similar effect compared with offline visit to our cultural institutions. Thank you very much. We understood, thanks to this pandemic, that what we have lost. This situation is teaching us how to compensate this loss. Thank you very much. And Alexander, it would be great. We have several minutes left. It would be great if you give your comments and feedback how pandemic and post-pandemic will change architecture. Are we going to see more or less social spaces or maybe these social spaces on the level of small districts and neighborhoods will be more relevant and important as they used to be? Thank you. In my understanding, pandemia enabled people to critically assess the space around them they live in. We have seen the changes in the perception, a place to sleep in and a place you stay after work. And between work and the country house now it's a place where people live now. I'm seeing it, looking at my staff. Most of our personnel working at home, and people are being more critical in assessing their houses, their districts and environment, and they assess differently the planning of their apartments and houses. As for social spaces, a long-term trend, it's too early to judge about any changes, too early, about the change of social spaces. But the trend that we see when neighborhood relations will be stronger is already predicted and seen. When people know each other more and trust each other more, we already see it, greater consolidation inside small spaces. We see the development of community centers, not even districts, but small quarters, where people can get together and prepare something, watch a movie together, creation of co-working practices inside the small residential precincts. So that's it's within the frames of one community, which can be greeted. And critical analysis, it helps. And there is a demand for change. Thank you very much. The time is over. I think it was a very interesting and multi-aspect conversation about happiness with practical tips and reaction to modern situation. Thanks to all speakers and the audience. And this brings us to the end of our panel, but our conference continues, and I invite you to listen to other panels during this urban forum. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I would like to welcome a very well-known architect and urbanist, professor and consultant, Jan Gehl. He is the man who has defined the urban design and urban policy of modern cities in the 21st century. Two books and one from 1970s, Life Between Buildings and Cities for People, defined the modern strategy for cities development. Jan Gehl has written and has researched and has written a big book for Moscow. He suggested developing public spaces, and these ideas really won the mindsets of Moscow administration, and during last years our city was developing according to suggestions of Jan Gehl. And Gehl Architects is not only a theoretical construction, because they have made a lot for urban development of Copenhagen, Melbourne, Sydney, New York, and of course Moscow. Jan Gehl has won a lot of different titles, and also he is a doctor, honorary doctors from Edinburgh, Toronto, Varna and Halifax, and he is an honorary member of practically all the European architectural associations from Denmark, Britain, the US, Canada, Scotland, and also because of development of Russian cities, and also we have adopted a federal program for urban development, and this is also the contribution of Jan Gehl. So because of that, Jan Gehl was awarded the Vladimir Vernadsky Prize for his service to the cause of sustainable development. I'm very happy to introduce Jan Gehl. Mr. Gehl, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I think that I will share the screen and we can get started. Does it work? Are we fine? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you and I can see the slides.
Here we go. Here we go. I'm supposed to talk today. I've been asked to talk today about healthy and sustainable environment for the 21st century in this 10th Moscow Urban Forum. And I was so honored and lucky to be invited to speak at the very first forum, which was made 10 years ago. On that occasion, I had the opportunity to meet the Lord Mayor, Sergei Sobyanin, and also to meet a number of Russian specialists in urban quality and urban issues. It was a great experience, and I'll just tell briefly what I talked about there 10 years ago. I talked about the story of my life. I talked about how in the 50s I was graduated as an architect and how what we trained in the 50s that were to be good modernists, that a good city was something which consisted of not spaces for people, but objects, but buildings and leftover space. And a good city would be something which would look good from the aeroplane. Then I married a psychologist, and all kinds of questions started to be raised towards me and my fellow architects, especially from the psychologists and sociologists. Why are you architects not interested in people? Why don't they teach you anything about people in School of Architecture? Of course, that was a bunch of questions for a young man, so I had to go back to School of Architecture to study for 40 more years. And what I did study was trying to make people more visible, because I realized that all this technocratic city planning we were doing, people were visible. We knew nothing about people's behavior. I learned in School of Architecture when I was there the first time that people will adapt. It doesn't matter what we build, people will adapt. But then we found out, of course, that people do not adapt. People are very sensitive, quality-wise, to what you are offering and where they are to live and stay. Also, we found by our studies, and mind you, I couldn't be told in the School of Architecture what all this about people, because nothing was known. We had to do all the studies ourselves. That was in the early 60s. We had to start from square one. And what we really found was that people were much more interesting for people than were objects and buildings. People is the attraction number one throughout our life and also in our cities. All this I worked with and I told about. Also, I told about that for the past 50 years, we've done everything we could to chase people out of our cities by having these modernistic ideas and by having the invasion of motor cars. I put the stuff together in books gradually, and I saw them, much to my joy, being distributed in all corners of the world. Then came a period where one city after the other came and asked me and my team to put all the philosophies and all the teachings of the books and the teaching of the university, put it into practice. Can't you come and tell us what we shall do, instead of preaching about how the theory is and how things are put together? That was the beginning of a long string of work with small and big cities around the world. I could tell a lot about all of them. I will not. Melbourne was one of the first, and they've done a fantastic job in Melbourne. It is now the best city in the Southern Hemisphere, and it's better than Paris. And if you don't know what to do, move to Melbourne. I could tell you about New York, where the mayor, Michael Bloomberg, in 2007 said, I will make New York the most sustainable metropole in the world. And he set to work with bicycle lanes and improving conditions for the life in the city. One of the things which was done was to close Broadway to traffic and enable the establishment of nice people squares in Times Square, Herald Square, Union Square, and Madison Square. And they've gone on with these programs ever since. Now they have 15 squares like this. I could also tell you about the work in Sydney, where we worked for quite many years. Sydney has a wonderful waterfront, but the city center was really suffering from too narrow sidewalks, too much traffic, too much noise, too many buses. Now it's all changed. They have bicycle lanes all over the place, and they have Main Street is now a pedestrian street with a light rail running up and down. And I could, of course, tell you, which I did in 2011, about Copenhagen in Denmark, the capital of Denmark, 1.5 million people, who has really been one of the pioneers for this people-centered city planning. They started already to throw out the first traffic from the first street in 1962, and they have over the past 58 years added one nice space after the other to the city. They have a firm policy that they will make Copenhagen the best city for people in the world. They also have another policy. We will make Copenhagen the best city for bicycles in the world. They have visions where we shall be 230 and 250, and they have strategies which are lining out how should the people be treated 5 years from now, 10 years from now. What shall we do to make a fantastic city which is sustainable and livable? All this I told about at the Moscow Urban Forum in 2011. And based on this, I guess, I was invited back to Moscow to take a look at Moscow as it was at that time. And I could clearly say that myself and my team, we were really shocked to see the state of this fine city at that time. I had the feeling it was completely overrun of cars and parking, and that there were little rules to be observed. There were parked cars in the parks, on the sidewalks, on the monuments, on the stairs, everywhere, and there were noise and pollution and whatever. Main Street, Moscow, Tverskaya, of course, there were too little parking, so it was allowed at that time to have parking spaces on the sidewalk and left for the people in Tverskaya. 14 million Moscovites were 1 meter of walking space. We found these conditions very appalling, and we found it interesting that the cars have almost killed the life in the city. It was almost impossible to go from one end to the other. It was almost impossible with dignity to move anywhere. This started a big series of events. The first things which happened was that 3 of my books was translated and published in Russian, and you can see the seal of the Moscow city in the corner of the books. And then we were commissioned to do a study and come forward with ideas about how Moscow could be improved. This resulted in a report in 2013 towards a great city for people. Much to my joy, I saw it being also shared publicly. There was a public exhibition of this study so that everybody could see the ideas, see examples from other cities, and see suggestions how Moscow could be much more improved. Also, I was impressed by Mr. Sergei Sobyanin, who really understood and supported these ideas and actually promoted the ideas in writing and talking. Then started a process in Moscow, and I must say I've seen nothing like it in any other cities. I was extremely impressed. In 2011, we saw in Tverskaya these narrow sidewalks where people were pushed and pressed. And then just 2 years later, the gray streets started to become green. The cars disappeared, and instead we have benches, and the advertisements under the sky disappeared. So suddenly you could see Kremlin in the distance from Tverskaya. And it's been further developed. Now the trees are not in pots, they are real trees, and the sidewalk has become even wider, and the traffic lanes have become more narrow. Here's another little street where conditions really in 2011 were appalling. People were walking in the middle of the street, and the city at eye level, as people saw it, was an awful city, completely dominated by parking and motor cars. All this is not gone, and now it's a very nice street. Here's another situation with a pedestrian crossing, which was almost impossible to find because of non-respect for any rules concerning parking. Now it is cleared up. Here is a square along Tverskaya, this little square near the Pushkin monument, had over the years, many things have brought in here. You could, when you look at the signs, you came in doubt, is this a metro station or is it a McDonald's outlet? And it's full of strange objects, and the sky is full of lines and electricity and all kinds of stuff. Just a few years later, you come back and find that this place has been completely transformed. Now you could clearly see that there is a metro station, that the pavement has been repaved with granite, trees have come in, a sidewalk cafe has come in, and the many signs on the buildings has also come down. It's become a really nice urban space here in central Moscow. We saw at the beginning how all the waterfronts were given to transport, were given to cars, to traffic, or to parking. And we saw how gradually the waterfronts were being reconquered for use, for recreational use, and for walking and enjoyment by the Moscovites. Here's the very important metro station of Mayakovskaya. I hope I can say it correctly. Anyway, it's very important. And originally, when we came there, people stepped right from the station out in a very busy street. Not so anymore. Now they step out in a public space, car-free public space, where they can go in peace in whatever direction they have to go. And also we saw on this one the emergence of these objects to the right, which turned out to be swings. And I found that the Moscovites were really not happy about swinging. And on this square, I saw the swings being actively used from early morning to midnight. Also, in 2017, when I was back there last time, I was met by a few worried people say, oh, hey, we have a new problem now. We have the Moscow baby boom. And actually, we think that it is all this humanistic city planning which could be partly responsible. The cars have come out, the park cars have come out of the parks. Now they have benches on the boulevards. They can walk on the sidewalks. They can swing on the squares. And lo and behold, we have a baby boom now. I'm so proud to hear that you have a baby boom because people have a good time now in these reconquered public spaces in Moscow. Now, after 50 years, we have a distinct change in paradigm. Mayors all over the world are looking after new qualities. They're all looking after lively and livable cities, sustainable cities, healthy cities, and cities good to be old in. All this about lively, livable city is the age-old phenomena that man is a social animal. And really, the cities were made as meeting place for people. We always loved the public spaces. We loved to meet directly other people in public spaces. We've seen here in Corona times how we missed it. And we know that people is a number one attraction in cities. And we really need spaces for people in the city that there are room to walk and to meet. Increasingly, we become aware that one of the major challenges for the world and certainly for the cities, which are the sinners in this story, that is that we have to make the cities much more sustainable and we have to do much more for the climate. Of course, we'll see in the future a great change in the way we, in our mobility philosophies, we will see shared cars, we will see automatic cars, but first and foremost, we'll see much more good quality public spaces which will link the important places. And then we realize that a good public transportation system needs a good public realm, so in dignity and safety in all times of the day and night, you can walk to the bus or to the train or bicycle there. Also, we realize that if people walk more and bicycle more, that of course is very good for the climate. The doctors tells us now that we have occurred after these 50 years of maniac um, adoring to the automobile, that we have encountered a new problem, the sitting syndrome, that people, they move themselves too little and they sit too much. We realize that we really have made endless city districts where you can hardly live without having cars, and where actually people sit from early morning to late night. This, of course, has been causing great problems with the health. Doctors tell us that just 1 hour of moderate exercise every day will give us 7 more, as an average, 7 more lives of life expectancy. And it will be much better quality of life in the old days. And it would be much, much cheaper for society if people move more during their life. So the World Health Organization today say introduce transport policies that promote active and safe methods of traveling, such as walking and bicycling. And as I showed earlier, cities all over the world are full speed doing this. As times go by, we also see changes in the demographics distribution. We have in all our cities, we have a growing number of elderly people. In some countries, it's already 20 or 25%. And we have to make our cities so that also this group can have a good life. So now, not only should we today make fantastic cities for the children and the young people and all the rest of us, but also increasingly so that the elderly people can have a good life. Here in Denmark, and I know because I'm an elderly person, the doctors say 10,000 steps a day and the doctors will be kept away. So out you go, my friend, you have to walk your 10,000 steps, but where can you do that in dignity? Where will it be wonderful to walk in your neighborhood? We have to think about how in all generations we can move around, and that will be ideally part of our ordinary daily day movement pattern. So if we look at these new demands, which have come increasingly important in the 21st century, and we look at the people over here, and we realize that if we look carefully after people, after the pedestrians, after the public life, and where we can, also after the bicycles, we actually address efficiently all these issues which are important in the 21st century. We get more livable cities, we get more sustainable cities, and we get more healthy cities. And we get cities which are not only good to be young in, but certainly also to be old in. So there are good arguments for looking after people in city planning. Now we have the pandemic situation, and we can see many big and small signs on how this is influencing our daily day. We are starting to have face masks, and we are seeing in stations and in streets how lines will direct you to go this way. We have one directed traffic of people in the streets, stations, and other places where we move. We have seen how empty the cities can be, and we have started to miss the people and the enjoyment and the bustle of a good people-friendly city under the lockdown. We've also learned, like here in Delhi in India, how much pollution we normally produce. In Delhi, they could not see the sun and they could not see the mountains, but suddenly during the corona lockdown, it was able to have sunshine in the city and see the mountains in the distance. There is some kind of learning here about how awful we treat our people in the cities and how awful we treat the environment in many places. We've also here in the corona time seen that people get inspired to try new ideas. Here's from Paris, where the very famous street, Rue de Rivoli, before was a very active traffic street, one-way traffic street. Now it is a two-way bicycle street. And we've seen experiments with bike systems in car-oriented cities. We've seen, funnily, bicycle lanes pop up in Milano, Paris, Berlin, and many other cities where they've used the situation where there are not so much traffic to experiment to have more space laid out for walking and for bicycling. We've also had time in these periods to think about that maybe there would be other ways of organizing our cities so we can have a better life and have less commuting and less running around or less need for mobility. From Paris, we've heard about the 15 mini city idea. They have actually in the Sorbonne University used the lockdown to discuss sustainable cities based on walking and bicycle. And the idea of the 15 mini city, which is promoted very much by Mayor Anne Hidalgo in Paris, is that most of the things you need, you should be able in a city to find inside 15 minutes of walking or bicycling. Actually, all the old cities were like that, but we become used to scatter the things all over the city. So we had to have to do a lot of commuting and traveling and mobility to get from this to the other to the third. Couldn't we concentrate and mix it better so that more activity could be made on bicycle and on foot in a smaller, more compressed area, the 15-minute city? I'm sure that the idea of the 15-minute city is one of the good ideas of the pandemic period, which will stay and will be developed also in the year to come. So if I shall conclude, I will say that a city which is good for people is a good place to live when you are young, when you are old, in the summer, in the winter, and certainly we found it's also good to live in days of a pandemic. What will we see after the pandemic? We will see an increasing emphasis to put in the cities green and recreational spaces. This is an example from Copenhagen, where one of the major streets are now being turned out over into a big park, natural park. And we'll see an increasing emphasis on public spaces for sports and activities. Here from Copenhagen in the harbor, we can swim because the water is now clean, so we can swim. And here in this other park, we can bicycle and roller skate and skateboard and have fun in various ways. What we will see in the pandemic is that there will be increasing emphasis on these important 21st century planning challenges I mentioned. We will want livable, lively cities. We will demand, and we have to make more sustainable cities. And we will have to make cities which invite for healthy lifestyle, where you can move yourself around at least an hour a day. And we will have to make cities where it's good to be young and good to be old in. and all the age groups in between will also have a better time. Finally, I send to all of you and to the city of Moscow my warmest wishes for your continuing efforts for creating livable, healthy, sustainable environments for the 21st century. Thank you.
Mr. Gale, thanks a lot. We have seen how the concept was created and implemented. By the way, it was interesting to have a look for us as Moscow has changed in the past decade. Thanks to you, we and the whole world is prepared for this pandemic, and we understand in this connection how and what we're going to do in the nearest future during the crisis and when the crisis is over. Good afternoon. My name is Nikita Rumyantsev. I am head of Analytical Center of Moscow Urban Forum, and I greet you at our panel Environment and Health Challenges Cities Face. I will be a moderator, technical moderator. Let me introduce our dear guest and expert, Boris Revich. Hello, yes, Nikita, good afternoon. Well, his background is very extensive, so I will read the Nobel Prize laureate as part of a group of international experts for climate change, head of laboratory of forecasting of environmental quality and health of the Population Institute of Economic Forecasting of the Russian Academy of Sciences. He is the author of many publications, including textbook environmental epidemiology, and then living in a mega city. It's a very interesting book. We are going to speak about urban health and the way the environment in the city affects health of a citizen. I would ask to show the presentation, and after that, the floor is yours. Nikita, thank you very much. Before we start, I would like to thank the organizers of Urban Forum for invitation. I participated in all previous forums, and I saw the gradual changes in tackling the health problem from the first forums, and now there is more and more impact and great emphasis. We hear more and more this topic is mentioned, and more conversation what is to be done in Moscow to improve the health of Moscow population. And this initiative, I don't know who started about new complexes. I guess it was a joint work with Rospotrebnadzor, generalization of world best practices. And Nikita, you mentioned the book published by our group of scientists, quite young specialists who worked studying best world practices, what is being done in the area of urban health. And speaking about the improvement of urban health, you have to keep in mind that what it is, what are the features of this urban health in our country. First slide, please.
I understand that I start from not so pleasant slides when I'm talking about death rate, but in fact it is the most reliable index of health, and you hear about it from everywhere when we are discussing questions related to the COVID-19 pandemic. And unfortunately, the situation in this country, in Russian megalopolises, is not ideal. Moscow is approaching the results of such biggest megalopolises as New York, London, and others. And you can find more details in our monography. Nikita has told about it. Please show the second chart. Well, what is characteristic for our megalopolises? Unfortunately, it is a very high percentage of death rate because of car accidents. And here we see questions related to the planning and the organization of road traffic. They play a very important role. And also the psychological factor is very important. The fact if our drivers can behave themselves in a correct way, how they behave themselves towards pedestrians. And we have done a lot in Moscow For example, we have changed the road arrows, or for example, we have changed some pedestrian crossings. You can see it on the square of Belaruski rail station. You see that the death rate was very high before. Afterwards, it went down, but we still lag behind some foreign megalopolises, and this is very sad. I suggest we skip the slide number 4 and number 5 because we do not have a lot of time, and from the other hand, there were some very different and very interesting events which happened those last days. You can see on slide number 6 the death rate in cities with the highest levels of air pollution. When we are talking about urban health and risks for health because of air pollution, we need to understand that such an industrialization from the USSR and construction of big plants, big fabrics led to a very high level of air pollution. A lot of years ago, I started to work as a doctor in a sanitary epidemiologic institution, and I was analyzing reports related to general layouts in Moscow and the situation of different industrial plants. A lot of time has passed, but you see that this strategy of replacement of such big industrial plants as ZIL or other industrial plants led to the fact that the air in Moscow became purer. But unfortunately, there are quite a lot of big or not so big cities with big industrial plants with a lot of emissions. They continue to influence in a considerable manner the death rate. To some extent, it can be related to an unsuccessful, unfortunate situation of those cities, as is the case for the city of Chita. Because of its geographical situation, whatever you do, the air still will be polluted. So we need to find some innovative solutions, and we can do this only with cooperation with meteorological services and other experts. Maybe we need to replace the dwellings to some other regions or districts. At the era of the USSR, I've worked in a small city of Laverda in Armenia, where the air pollution was very high, and we decided to replace the dwellings upper in the mountains. There were some places on a plateau where we could put those dwellings. And now in Russia, in the framework of the national project called Ecology, we are implementing another project called Pure Air. You can see some information about this project on the slide, and we hope that the situation will improve. But my opinion is that we need to invite scientific community, which is not working a lot for this project. There are some questions related to car traffic, and in Moscow, the Department of Transport in cooperation with the highest School of Economics and also Moscow Road Institute and our scientific team. Finally, we had very interesting results for some 20 sites in Moscow, and we've seen that a correct traffic policy in the city, and also I understand that a lot of Muscovites are unhappy with this policy because they are stuck in traffic jams. But well, unfortunately, this is our reality, and we are paying for the decision to build Moscow in such a way that we cannot go rapidly to some high roads, highways which leads out from the city. And the construction of a great number of roads and bridges, this is the right decision to reduce the number of car accidents and also to improve the quality of air. We see it not from newspaper articles, but we see it in the results of scientific research. And when we assess risks for health, we can say that for those 20 sites we have analyzed, in comparison with 2011, the health risks were reduced by 13%. For such a big megalopolis, it is a good result. And we also need to understand the influence of urban planning, and we understand that the minimum risk is very difficult to have only if we will have a lot of automated cars, and if we embrace the same path that is embraced by European countries. If we will have a lot of electric cars, maybe we will be able to reduce it considerably. This slide was prepared not so long ago, but today I can say that it contains some serious mistakes, and I've learned about it some 2 days ago. You know that there are certain criteria which are quantitative criteria. And first of all, it is air pollution. We have conducted such research in the USSR long ago. Afterwards, unfortunately, we stopped carrying out so many studies in this sphere. But we still know how to do this. But if we talk about some planning decisions, we can say that they were taken on the basis of common sense and maybe some unregularly studies. And now I'm approaching a very big problem, which was underestimated earlier. This is the influence of open spaces and green infrastructure on health. You can see on the screen that green spaces, this is at the bottom of the screen, green spaces together with some other criteria. Well, I was certain that we do not have tools in this country which can enable us to evaluate the influence of green spaces on health. And in fact, this is not true. And the European Bureau of the WHO has already created such a tool. And during several days on the initiative of the Department of Nature in Moscow. A seminar is carrying out with the presentation of a brand new product which enable us to assess the influence of green spaces on health. And there are different criteria. For example, one of the very important element is the bronchial asthma. Bronchial asthma is a very important, very clear criteria which allows us to see what is the influence of air quality on health. We have conducted this work for Moscow, and we've defined certain elements which influenced the incidence of bronchial asthma among children. And now with this new tool we can assess the total territory of Moscow. This work won't be easy, but with the help of Moscow departments, the work will be carried out understanding the influence of different elements, and we will be able to attract scientific teams which will be able to cope with it. And the Moscow State University will help us, and I think that this is a very good plan for works during the following years. Why are green spaces so important for megalopolises? This is because reduced mobility leads not only to worse physical condition, but also it decreases the quality of mental condition. And also we do not understand now what will be the consequences of the pandemic. And you know, when we were not able to go to the nearest shop without a QR code, and you can imagine that a lot of people in Moscow are living in very small apartments, well, small in comparison with other European cities. And we understand that it has a very big significance and importance, this limitation of contacts with children, grandchildren, etc. And green spaces or spaces for physical activity which are publicly accessible and which were created in Moscow parks, in Sokolniki, in Bitsa, etc. They should be accessible by 15-minute walk. So in 15 minutes we need to be able to walk to this space for physical activity. And also the level of solar radiation, the level of exposure to the sunlight is very important. That's why we need to have quite a lot of benches to sit on. And the department which is coping with the urban design in Moscow, they are trying to find spaces where they can plant a certain number of trees and create a certain number of benches for people to sit on them. Next slide, please. Here I wanted to show what are our losses caused by air pollution. Next slide, please. I've already talked about this. Next slide, please. With the diagram. Yes, thank you. So this diagram shows the climate influence. This is a very important index. Moscow lost 11,000. 11,000. This is the excess number of deaths during the hot weather in 2010. Now, this number of excess deaths is a little bit less than the number of excess rates caused by the pandemic. And this slide was developed by our colleagues from the Moscow State University, and it shows that if we do not add green spaces in the central part of Moscow, the consequences will be very negative from the point of view of the population health. We can see on this slide the influence of COVID-19 and first works of our colleagues from Harvard, from Italy, showed the number of additional deaths caused by COVID. You can see the examples of Milano. They were able to create this curb, and I think that very soon we will learn more about the influence of COVID and the environment on health. And you know, a very interesting conference was organized in the Moscow State University, which was devoted to the environment and COVID. This was very interesting. Well, I will wrap up and now we will switch to questions and answers. Thank you very much, Boris. You have talked about very interesting questions. We have, unfortunately, only 2 minutes left. That's why I will ask only one question. What are 3 or 4 most important lessons you can quote, lessons from the pandemic? Yes, you know, it is open spaces, also not to have closed dwelling districts where we see the creation of a polluted air. Also, we need to have a maximum quantity of open spaces and green spaces. What we see now, from the point of view of remoteness of our workplaces, changes our attitude towards construction of different buildings. For example, during the plenary session, the experts were talking about suburban construction, suburban planning. I think that this is one of the directions of development for Russian experts. We need to have more sunlight, more open spaces, more green spaces. Today, a lot of people use the vitamin, well, the hormone D, which is very important for our health and which can improve our immunity response. Thank you very much, Boris. Unfortunately, we have to wrap up. I thank you for a very interesting
1, 2, 3. 1. One, two, three. Как меня слышно? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No? One, two, three. 3, 2, 5.
Good afternoon. Dear participants, it's a real pleasure to welcome you to this session called Rethinking the Food, Staying Healthy in an Era of Abundance. This session is organized, as you know, as part of the 10th Moscow Urban Forum. And thank you all for joining today. And we very much look forward to a good session. My name is Mary Kenny. I work for FAO's regional office in Budapest, the regional office for Europe and Central Asia. I'm a delivery manager. I manage a program of work called Transforming Our Food Systems and Facilitating Food Trade and Market Integration, which includes work on food safety, which is my particular background. I'm really pleased to have an excellent panel of experts today, and I will shortly introduce all, and we will have very interesting presentations. I just want to make a few introductory comments just from FAO's perspective on this important session. From our perspective, you probably are aware FAO was founded 75 years ago this year. And the global nutrition situation has evolved and changed a lot in that 75 years. At the inception or the origin of FAO was at a time when there was a lot of hunger in the world. There was a rising world population, and the key question at that time was, how do we produce enough food to feed the population? And while the situation has improved in many regions of the world, we do know in our region, let's take a regional perspective of Europe and Central Asia, that there are still a number of challenges related to food security and nutrition. And every year, FAO publishes a regional overview of food security and nutrition in the region. And from the last document in 2019, we can see that overweight and obesity is a major issue in this region and is increasing in both adult population of obesity and also child obesity. And that will be a particular focus of our session today. I just want to mention, we also have other nutritional challenges, particularly in some countries in our region and some areas of the countries in our region. So we do have a problem still with micronutrient deficiencies, anemia in some countries, in both children and women. And we also have a lot of work still to do to ensure that all people can have access to healthy and diverse diets. Is really where we need to continue to pay a lot of attention. Let me turn now to introduce our distinguished panel of speakers today. I'm very pleased that we are joined by Dr. Yuri Poteshkin, Associate Professor in Endocrinology from the Russian National Research Medical University. We also have Karina Hawkes from the United Kingdom, and Karina is Director of the Centre for Food Policy at the University of London. We're also joined by Ms. Milka Sokolovic from the European Food Information Council, UFIC, and Milka is head of the Food and Health Science section. And we also have Mr. Niels Lund, who is Vice President of Health Advocacy at Novo Nordisk, a global healthcare company. So this is our panel of speakers. And what we would like to do now is to begin with Mr. Yuri Poteshkin. And Yuri, you're, as we said, you're an endocrinologist and also based in Russia. So we're very interested to hear from you as a medical person, as a doctor, about nutrition problems and what is the situation and maybe some of the issues that we need to tackle further. So you have the floor, Mr. Poteshkin. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Мария. Спасибо.
Thank you, Maria, for this introduction. Greetings, colleagues and audience, participants of this forum. Let me tell about obesity in terms of looking at this problem as a doctor. Obesity, well, according to different data, it's always abnormal quantity of fat. Well, it's excessive fat accumulation, meaning that human has excess weight, and a lot of organizations point out that there is excessive fat. People eat a lot and fat is accumulated. That's a conventional and old idea. It's a serious disease. And we see by epidemiology, it's not a local problem, but of the developed world, where you have enough food and enough money to buy this food. It's a world global problem, and as you see, In 1975, the obesity problem was present, but it was not so prominent, so to say. However, the trend towards 2014 increased, and what is interesting to note that these countries, well, first of all, developed countries, European countries, Russia, and besides, we see the increase in African countries, in America, in the United States. You do not see any country, practically no country, where this problem is not present. Well, and as it turned out, the obesity problem is not characteristic of rich countries, but of the whole world. While rich countries have an option to have a varied diet, poor countries do not have this choice, just fast food, calorie-rich food, and of course a lot of nutrients. And finally, with countries like Mexico, second place after the United States in obesity, so it's unfortunately not connected with the well-being of the population. It's connected with the policies of the recent years, and everyone is familiar with this problem, and almost all the countries are trying to solve the problem, creating certain conditions for the people to move and walk more, to change their diet, perhaps try to exclude some of the products of their diet, or organize some courses trying to familiarize people with a healthier diet. And is how we have come to it. Well, in the middle or in the beginning of the 20th century, there was a trend to be less physically active, and it was a parallel trend, and to eat less. And the weight was normal, but after the 60s, 70s, well, the nutrition was calories rich, and the trend towards less physical activity continued. And afterwards, we have seen the change of the direction of the vectors. Of course, it has certain impact on the burden of the national health services and the expenditures. For instance, in the US, almost $650,000, and obesity problem is not just to get rid of excess weight or to as you see in Russia, there are plans to spend about 7%, in the UK 8%, and to improve the diet. It's a global problem. Well, let me tell you some words about why this problem persists. It's pathogenesis, why obesity and what problems are followed by this. Well, in terms of metabolism, not everything is shown in the slide, but there are different pro-inflammatory reasons. For example, activation of macrophages, infiltration of fat tissue, and macrophages lead to inflammation. So it's a vicious circle. It's a kind of loop. And when there are inflammations and pains, then you see adaptation to this process with some resistance, tissue insulin resistance, due to quite thick walls of fat, there is a resistance, but it is simultaneous with inflammation. What do we have for regulation of such processes and control? We have leptin, which is meant to, well, to stop development of appetite. Unfortunately, with insulin, it does not occur. With a stable increase, we see leptin resistance, which results in such processes as the influx of FA oxide, and then we see changes in all important insulin-dependent tissues like pancreas, in vascular, which is fatal for the future. When N-oxide production is reduced, which means that the vessels the pressure in the vessels increases, and the higher the pressure, it's worse. Glue-induced insulin release, we see the split because of the processes make it produce more insulin. In skeletal muscle, we observed similar process, less intake of glucose intake, and then we see another vicious circle. Well, so it's a great, large, vicious circle. Well, it's becoming a global problem for a human person. Well, with liver, we see the following processes: the reduction of glycogen synthesis and the increase of glucose production, and which changes the resistance, which is quite bad. And we see different after effects and complications. What are the major after effects for us endocrinologists, because it's very close to us? It's heart problems and vessel problems. Diabetes and hypertension. For us, it's these are diseases go hand in hand for patients with diabetes and hypertension, dyslipidemia. So it's a great problem, and diabetes is a large social problem. Then parallel, we see non-alcoholic fatty liver disease or steatosis, steatohepatitis, or even cirrhosis, depending on the time person stays in this condition. Then it may also result to heart strokes, heart attacks, then different types of hypertension and obstructive apnea. And then also there might be, because great load to limbs, it may result in arthrosis, and since the fat stops or prevents normal influx in the veins, then we see insufficiency in the veins, and with such a diet, when you have overeating, then you have a gout also. And the previous slide also showed some information about cancer and the consequences. The problem is that obesity is included by World Health Organization into the list of diseases that cause cancer, and cancer of all the organs and all systems. Cancer in the tissue of covering brain and spinal cord, and other oncological diseases as well, and which means more money-consuming solutions. How do we see the reasons? Well, normal reasons. Well, overeating. Well, as you see in this slide, overeating, overweight, social cultural activity. The reasons for it. overeating and physical activity two poles, and the first place is social-cultural reason, which you see on the right. So theoretically, by changing our, so to say, habits and well, aspects of life of people depending on the cultural habits of this or that country, making their food diet more attractive. If we impose different restrictions and bans, it won't be good. So in general, that is to say, well, I'm not going to expand, well, how to prevent obesity. Well, on the level of physical activity, certain increase to stimulate people to move. They maybe different programs, urban programs when persons are tempted to walk, to go on foot to their office and to see some landmarks and sites and nutrition. We have a lot of large companies with food courts, canteens inside. And in Russia, I saw that a lot of corporations and companies are trying to implement new principles. But it's not all. We can also use different awareness-raising campaigns, educational programs, and of course, new social conditions during work that stimulate to get rid of some of the things in the diet. Obesity treatment in general. If we see a patient, we offer three options. If he goes or she goes to a doctor, so prevention plan did not work. So we start to educate our patients because patients do not understand how to correctly eat well. It's not about light athletics that may make you fit. Then medication. We have some medicinal products that help reduce weight, but not all of them. Well, they can help change the energy balance. Well, and this area is being developed more and more, and there are different medication for glucose and fat, but people adapt quickly and stop eating, which is not so good for them, and these products, medical products, are not so useful. And one of the methods which for doctors can be motivating factor when the patients follow recommendations, surgery. When people with overweight hope to get a magic pill, and this pill will help him reduce a lot of weight without any efforts. And then patients are very surprised that they have to put a lot of efforts. Well, of course, if we don't get less weight in several months, we can have some surgery, and you will have less weight, but with some complications and risks. And they understand that the problem is serious, and they become more concerned and attentive. That is all. Thank you for listening. Well, you see a list of our literature. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Poteshkin. Thank you very much for highlighting a number of important points, but also including the links between obesity, overweight, and other health effects and outcomes. And you also started to talk about some of the solutions in terms of education and preventative approaches. So I think this leads on very well. I can ask you to stop sharing your screen, please, so that we will move next to Karina Hawkes. Karina, I think you can follow very well from that to share with us further your work that you're doing related to child obesity in the UK, in London. You're as Vice Chair of London's Child Obesity Task Force. And we know that you're also doing a lot of work on policies to improve the quality of diet. So, Karina, over to you, please, to tell us more about the London programs being launched on child obesity in particular. Thank you, Karina.
Thank you, Mary, and thanks very much for the invitation to present today, and good day to everyone who is listening. It's an honour and pleasure to be here in my capacity as Vice Chair of London's Child Obesity Task Force. My main job is of Director of the Centre for Food Policy at the University of London, and I have the Vice Chair role as an honorary position, and have been leading on the development of a plan for London to address obesity, and become firmly convinced through that process that cities are a superb entry point for tackling obesity. So I'm going to share with you some of the work that we've been doing in London to prepare a plan that can be rolled out across London to tackle obesity, with a particular focus on addressing inequalities in obesity. Because what you can see here is that the problem is much greater among children, and I'm focused on children here, among children who experience deprivation. We are very fortunate in the UK to have extremely good data on the association between obesity in children aged 4 to 5 and age 10 to 11 and deprivation. And that's reception age is 4 to 5, year 6 is age 10 to 11. And you can see here that the most deprived children in age 10 to 11 have 47.6% overweight and obesity, compared to 24.9% in the least deprived. Of course, that is very high in the least deprived as well. So this is a problem that goes across London among groups of all socioeconomic status. But you can see just how stark the difference is between the least deprived and the most deprived. So what we did at London's Child Obesity Task Force is to ask, what is it that we can do to address obesity among the most deprived children in London, those with the lowest levels of income, who live in places which are not well served, and come from households who face challenging situations with regard to employment and so on. And to answer this question, we went to speak to children, because we believed that taking a child-centered approach was the most effective way to understanding what is really going on in cities, and to understand how to tackle this issue of urban deprivation from an obesity perspective. We spoke to children, we spoke to their parents, we spoke to local authorities, local governments, of which there are 32 across London. London is divided into many different smaller areas, being such a large city. And we spoke to people who engage every day with children to really try and understand what makes it so hard for them to be healthy, to eat right, and to be physically active. And what we found was disturbing. It's disturbing because we believe that children have a right to be protected and supported in their health and development. We found, and we put it together into 4 different children's profiles, and I'm showing just one here, difficult to read, but let me emphasize a couple of points. We found that the child's sleep is often disrupted because people live in poor quality housing. So when they wake up, they're not so much in a good mood if they've slept well at all. It means that the demand and desire to have something quick and easy and sugary when they walk through the streets that morning to nursery is very compelling, especially when they have very poor facilities at home to prepare food. And it means that once that they get to nursery, even though in London we have programs to provide healthy food, their exposure to that food has been so low that they haven't developed a taste for it. It means that when they go to parks and leisure, they're very tired by the time they get there. And that makes it very difficult for them to participate. And it makes likely that very young children will start to cry and have a tantrum. Because it's so difficult to eat well at home, it's easier to only just heat food up in a microwave. So this combination of poor quality housing, of very low income, of the widespread availability of cheap and sugary snacks really makes it harder for these children to be healthier and also to participate in programs that are designed to help them. And what this shows is that they need resources, money and capacity, skills, assets, and financial resources that give them capacity to live better lives, including education, but also skills, assets, and finances. It means they need a better environment. Children of all ages need to be surrounded by a healthy environment that helps them eat healthily, to drink water and be physically active. And it means that those kids need care and emotional support. So the situation in London is that there are already actions that have been taken to provide children with these resources, emotional care and support, and with a healthier environment. There are leisure centres that have been contractually obliged to provide healthier options. There are apps that are available in schools through digital means to incentivise kids to be healthier. There are programmes like the Daily Mile championed by our Mayor, Sadiq Khan, who has to encourage physical activity. There is a restriction on unhealthy food advertising on the transportation network. There are investments in new playgrounds. There's a quality standard that incentivises fast food outlets to provide healthier options. There are schemes to shut off streets to traffic to encourage kids to walk to school. And there are healthy early years programs, such as the one I mentioned, which is all about providing healthier food in early years, and another one in schools. And there are even London boroughs, of which there are 33, that have attempted to take a whole systems approach in which they are targeting multiple elements of this problem to target children's lives. Because that's what we want to see. We want to see actions at multiple levels working together to reinforce each other, to reshape what children eat and drink, to reshape the different elements of their lives. It means connecting these existing actions to create greater consistency and coherence in these children's lives, and to identify actions with ripple effects across the system to change the reality of those children's lives. But what we found when we looked at those existing actions is that they were too small scale, they were too piecemeal, they weren't long lasting enough, and they weren't designed in a way that could really make a difference to those children's lives. So take Justin. He hasn't had that life opportunity to be exposed to healthy food. So that very well-intended program in that nursery to provide healthy food really needs to be accompanied by a taste education program to expose him to that healthy food so he learns to like it. And we know that the evidence is there for those types of programs. So what we did in the London Child Obesity Task Force is to look the situation that children really faced in London, both in terms of how hard it is to be healthy, but also the actions that are already going on, and saying, from the child's perspectives, what do they need to bring them the resources, to change the environment, to give them the care and emotional support that we need. And we developed 10 ambitions for London's children, which are listed here. It's about providing support for parents. It's about making sure that nurseries and schools are fully equipped to do what they can do. It's disincentivizing companies from pushing the unhealthy foods on these kids. It's making sure that families can afford the healthy options. It's making sure that London is providing free water for kids so they're not going towards these sugary drinks. It's making it easy for mums to breastfeed at the youngest ages. It's giving older children social spaces where they can hang out with their friends and eat healthy food at the same time, and making sure that streets are safe for children. It's incentivizing businesses to do the right thing. And we encompass, these are the ambitions which are listed here in their specificity. And each one of them is accompanied by 2 extremely specific actions, very actionable, in which we name particular actors that should be doing particular things. So that's about calling on the mayor to increase the number of employees to becoming living wage accredited, for example. It's about introducing peer-to-peer support networks for breastfeeding, which we know work in London. It's about introducing training schemes in early years. I won't give you all the specific actions, but we name specific actions that can be taken across all actors in order to affect real change in real children's lives in London. If you're interested in finding out more, we do have a website where you can identify and download the various documents I've talked about today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karina. Thank you very much. I think you hit on a number of really key points that we hear a lot about them as we try to address the multiple nutritional challenges we face in the region. The importance of the people-centered, and in your case, the child-centered approach. I think the systems approach is a very, very key, as you highlighted, to avoid, let's say, ad hoc or short-term. I guess the thing about nutritional information and obesity and all these things is that we continually have new people and young people, and so we have to continue this work to ensure that the good messages are out there, but also that the environment is there, as you said, for people to overcome these inequalities. And that was the other point that I think you really left us with, a strong importance of looking at inequalities. And you also raised affordability of diets as one of these angles of inequality, but you raised many. Karina, thank you very much. We'll come back to some of these points, I hope, if we have a little bit of time towards the end. Next, I would like to introduce our next speaker. I'm really pleased that we are joined with Mr. Niels Lund. Niels, you are heading up the Cities Changing Diabetes program related to your company, and you're very much involved in healthy lifestyle promotion as well. So I think, again, let me give the floor to you to share your experiences, and I think you're putting a particular spotlight also on diabetes, a very important and challenging issue. Over to you, Niels.
Thank you, Mary, and thank you to the other speakers. I think we're deeply inspired what is going on in London because of the many interesting actions that are being done at various levels. I'm the global lead for Cities Change Diabetes, a public-private partnerships for 36 cities around the world, from China to the US, Latin America, Europe, and so on. If COVID-19 is a pandemic in fast motion, diabetes is one in slow motion. It's interesting, over the past 2 decades, diabetes prevalence has more than doubled and is continuing the upward trend, so that we, by mid-century, will probably have something like 700 million people living with diabetes. Often half of them will not even know they have the disease. So it's diabetes, as I think everyone knows, is not just a serious chronic health condition, but it's also a great burden for society and for economies around the world. Well, on the brighter side, most cases of type 2 diabetes can be prevented. I'm not saying it's easy, but it is possible. And the key to that is addressing obesity. Without addressing obesity, we will see the upward trend as I've shown in this picture. But if we are able to reduce obesity by 25% over the next couple of decades, we can actually keep diabetes, which is a driving factor between many debilitating illnesses and also mortality, and we can keep that diabetes in check. So there are many factors with diabetes that are not modifiable, but there are some that are. And obesity is the single largest modifiable risk factor for diabetes, and that's also why diabetes and obesity belong so closely together. And even though we call our program Cities Changing Diabetes, it could also just as well be Cities Changing Obesity. So what is it that why are cities interesting? Corinna also alluded to it, but first of all, it's a place where many people live. More than half the world's population live in cities today, and that urbanization is expected to continue over the next decade. So 2 out of 3 will be living in cities by mid-century. But already now, 2 out of 3 people living with diabetes live in cities. And that is also expected to grow to 3 out of 4 by mid-century. And why is that? Well, it's because cities influence how people live, work, eat, and play, and they all have an impact of obesity and diabetes. Sedentary lifestyles, a lack of physical activity, long commutes, time poverty, unhealthy food environments are the common risk factors for developing obesity in urban settings. While it's difficult, it's not easy to change the it's not easy to change the transportation system of a city or improve the environment more generally, but eating habits are usually perceived as a personal choice and responsibility. But is that correct? But actually, in reality, food choices are a result of multiple intertwined and codependent characteristics: society, culture, environment, socioeconomic status, family structure, and individual preference. A big bag, as also the case from London suggested. And if we've illustrated in this way, food is of course biologic. It is a source of nutrition, and that's also why we eat. But there's so much, in the iceberg below the water. First of all, food is social. In our research around the world, we find everywhere that people say when we meet, we eat. So food is a social fabric where when we meet each other, it's with a plate out in front of us to welcome people. But food is also culture. The tastes and certain foods that we keep with us throughout our lifetime because they remind us of good times when we were children or throughout in life. And while it's maybe easy on the nutrition side, the top part, the biomedical or biological factors, while they might be easy, it's much more difficult to address the social factors and the cultural factors, certainly, and not least also the economic factors behind this. So we believe that diet, like many other behaviors, can be examined through 3 layers: the individual, the family community, and the socioeconomic layer. All 3 layers affect the way individuals develop their eating habits, how society forms its attitudes towards healthy food choices, whether they address the problem of obesity or not. And the outer ring authorities should also be involved in addressing the modifiable risk factors for diabetes and obesity, such as unhealthy diet, by improving food environments. We heard from London. I think there's also an interesting case from Mexico City, where they back in 2014 implemented a tax on non-alcoholic drinks with added sugar. And taxes do work. There are economic incentives, and we've seen that the consumption of these sugary beverages have fallen. There are also other experiments around the world, some successful or not, but all of them deeply unpopular. And I think it's also sometimes it takes political courage from decision makers and politicians to actually invoke some of these tools in addressing the diabetes and the obesity epidemic that we see. But I think we are a lot of actors, both in academia and civil society, and also in private sector, who are willing to help address these factors and also help make the more difficult decisions that governments need to take. So How can we positively impact the diets of communities and individuals? Well, there are three driving forces that inform diets. The food industry and how producers price, place, and promote their products. Not always in the most health promoting sense, so that must be addressed. That can and should be addressed by government, which is responsible for regulation and law, fiscal policies, health promotion policies, both the carrot and the stick related to this. But I would also, plead for the understanding of the importance of addressing societal and socioeconomic, sociocultural norms and beliefs that, as I explained before, form traditions, cuisines, cultural and religious values and practices. If we want to address the problem of unhealthy diets, I think it's essential that we take action on every possible level. I think also in Russia, in an adjacent area in alcohol consumption, the case suggests that there's not a quick fix or a simple solution to a problem, but rather it's a broad spectrum that you need to implement policies, apply the carrot and the stick, and work with behavior that actually will actually, in the case of alcohol consumption, reduce the alcohol consumption. And I think there's a lot of important lessons to learn from when we look at diets. And maybe this is one of the key challenges of the coming decade. So thank you for listening and also engaging in this debate. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and I'm looking forward to the continued discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Niels. Thank you for adding your perspectives and really also highlighting the seriousness and the challenges of the diabetes, but also giving some hope on some of the on the way it can be addressed, or obesity can be addressed through a multifaceted and different layers, as you said, everything from the individual to the talk on the food environment and policy. And I think a lot of your points resonate very much also with the talk of a systems approach and different entry points, if we want to say. Thank you again. And now let me introduce our final presenter today, Milka Sokolovic. Milka, you are working very much on nutrition and health issues at UFIC. And I know that you're going to look at more on communication issues and engaging different stakeholders, showing the role of personal behavior, but also many other factors as well. So over to you, Milka. Thank you very much. And we have, if you can keep it timely. I realize we're now already at 11:15. Thank you. Over to you, Milka.
Thank you very much, Mary, for your kind introduction, and большое спасибо to the organizers for the invitation. It's wonderful to be in the great city of Moscow again, even if only in our minds, and it's really an honor to be a part of the 10th Moscow Urban Forum. I hope that in some minutes from now, you will be all convinced that science communication as a tool in stakeholder engagement will be instrumental in increasing the impact of nutrition science and in making a difference to public health. Now, the speakers before me have greatly helped me by sketching the world that nutrition science operates in. And I will touch here only on two. The 21st century is characterized by the triple burden of malnutrition. Out of 7.6 billion of us, about half is malnourished. 1.9 billion suffer from overweight and obesity, as Yuri was talking about, 2 billion from vitamin and mineral deficiencies, 815 million people suffer from chronic hunger. And according to the FAO data, last year that number was on the rise again after 10 years of stagnation. And COVID is only exacerbating the challenge and across all nutrition challenges. If we zoom into the WHO European region and Central Asia, as Mary was referring to, we realized that 57% of people in the region, marked in yellow, live with overweight. In 5 out of 53 countries, more than 5% of population suffer chronic hunger. And there are countries marked in orange that suffer from the triple burden of malnutrition. But then there are also the so-called less concerned countries in green that have moved to the next phase of nutrition transition, which is characterized by the reduced fat consumption, by increased fruits, veg, carbs, and fiber consumption, and by replacement of sedentary lifestyle with purposeful recreation. And that is exactly what food-based dietary guidelines, which we now have in almost all the countries in the region, advise us to do to ensure this transition. But if we look into the burden of disease data from May 2019, it is exactly the behaviors opposite from the advice that cause the highest mortality rate attributable to individual dietary risks. It is the diets high in sodium and low in whole grain, fruits, veggies, nuts, seeds, fiber that are the highest contributors to food-related morbidity and mortality. Of course, the reasons for this are multiple, but we can also nothing but conclude that there is a gaping hole between the advice and the action. And that leads me to another aspect of the world that nutrition science operates in. People are now exposed to a seemingly unrestricted access to information from more sources than ever in our history. And in addition to immediacy of information, we see a prominence of digital technologies and social networks, proliferation of mobile and wearable devices, and rapidly expanding connections between devices and objects. Many of the information sources offer inaccurate, contradicting information in which science gets misrepresented, be it on purpose or due to ignorance. And that leads to confusion and eventually a decrease in trust in the food value chain and in nutrition science in particular. And trust is central to how we interact with others and a key to positive relationships and behaviors. And it becomes even more critical in periods of uncertainty like the pandemic that we live in. So what is it that we can do to close the trust gap? How can we translate nutrition science so that people can make sense and use of it? And is translation sufficient? Before we dive into it, we need to appreciate the differences. Research has shown that even the basic concepts and terminology in nutrition science, like healthy or nutritious, land with lay and professional audiences differently. So our food-based dietary guidelines can be understood by policymakers, for instance, but not by general public. So we must be cognizant of these differences, open to what people really want to know about, and adjust our talk to their needs. However, as soon as you scratch under the surface, you realize that science communication is a whole science on its own, from setting the scene to describing the research, each with their own technical aspects, and some of those can be complex. They take time and resources, and I'm sparing you the details here. But even if we leave the proper science translation to professionals, if we are to increase nutrition knowledge and message uptake, we must all bite the bullet. By we, I specifically refer to scientists and health professionals. And really, in simplest terms, for a successful nutrition science communication to impact across sectors, we should all be able to define a limited number of simple, actionable messages, set values and tones according to the audience, use the right channels, align among stakeholders, and in doing all this, be consistent and persist. And whenever possible, go visual. And that is because we, people, retain 80% of what we see and only 20% of what we read. And we process visuals 60,000 times faster than text. On top of it, it is our attitude that matters. We should be where the discussion happens. We should talk with and not at people. And we should not be shying away from emotions. Now, We must acknowledge that nutrition knowledge and health literacy, while important, are not critical for people's behavior. To really change the behavior, we need more than improved science communication, and the previous speakers were talking about it. We need a shift towards more healthier food choices, more exercise opportunities, more other products and services to facilitate healthy and sustainable choices, and then especially in urban environments. I would dare to say that we need a paradigm shift in thinking and acting towards healthy, sustainable diets, which takes a concerted effort across the board. And that is where stakeholder engagement comes into picture. And by stakeholders, I mean anyone that can affect or is affected by nutrition science communication, either to satisfy their needs, to gain their approval or support, or to minimize their opposition or obstruction. And each of the stakeholders has different needs to be satisfied, which I just briefly listed on this slide. To achieve coherence in nutrition science communication, it must be about more than only health benefits. It must enable an open dialogue. It must create atmosphere of trust and transparency, identify challenges and opportunities across sectors, highlight co-benefits to ensure a buy-in, ensure alignment and consistency of messages across sectors, and strike the balance right and focus on positive messages. And then once aligned across sectors, nutrition science communication facilitates stakeholders in fulfilling their role, from governments and public health authorities to engage stakeholders and reach the public health targets, over companies to strive for optimization of their products, healthcare professionals to educate the public and drive the behavior change, media and NGOs to work in the interest of people and support raising population awareness, all in order to help people to make healthier lifestyle choices. And we have seen a wonderful example of how this systems approach could work in Corina's presentation on London Child Obesity Task Force. So I would say if we are looking to increase the impact of nutrition science, we must make that extra mile. We must think out of the box, get out of the nutrition silo, team up with people in terms of science, think of behavior scientists, psychologists, educators, communicators, environmentalists, food system scientists, but also across sectors. We must focus on constructive collaboration and common interest and work towards co-benefits rather than trade-offs. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Milko. This was Milka, pardon, sorry. Very good final overview, stressing again, highlighting the triple burden, which we do know in our region of our program countries in Central Europe and Asia, where FAO is working a lot, is really an issue. Please, you also mentioned food-based dietary guidelines. Yes, many countries have made good progress in this area, but again, we have a number of countries in our region where we are continuing to work and have the adoption of food-based dietary guidelines and increased use of them. We have a few minutes left, so I think we can try to have a bit of a further exchange. Milka highlighted this issue of it's important not to only focus on the health benefits to try to convince behavior change. And I was interested, you're alluding then to a more systems approach again, and we know there's a lot of talk about sustainable food systems now, and yes, having the nutritionists talking and working with other actors in the food chain. So I was interested to hear from other panelists any other perspectives on this, and Niels has his hand up, so I'm going to stop talking. Niels, come in, please.
No, but I think that Milka make a very, very important point about the role of social media here and how difficult it is. I'm always struck with, and maybe you can do that after the session here. If you Google obesity, so the disease, you get a very less of science-based information here. But if you want to do something about it, then you Google weight loss, get all kinds of stuff. And something, if you want to act on obesity, that's where you go for weight loss. And I'm just, it might be an uphill. And, for a company that has their motto as do the right thing, I think that's also important to engage with the social media platforms that are so dominant in our information searches here in trying to do the right thing, and then also provide people with solid advice about how they actually might be able to do something about the situation there. Thanks.
Thank you, Niels. Thank you for raising that comment. An important issue in terms of information and having reliable sources and clear information, as Milka also raised. I don't know, Karina, you talked a lot about the London experience. How transferable are some of your experiences, particularly, again, if we look at urban cities in other countries over towards the east of Europe? Can lessons be learned?
I think there's a lot of differences. Of course, there are lots of differences between different city contexts. But I think what is transferable are the principles that I spoke about. So taking this child-centered approach of understanding children's lives in the cities that decision makers are sitting in, and focusing on where the problem is greatest. And this idea of trying to take this systems approach where you're trying to connect and build on actions to influence resources, influence care and support, and influence and change environments, and not just focus on one part. So I think these are the principles that should be shared across all cities. And I think the general approach that we used in London is transferable, even though the specifics of what might be done would vary between cities.
Can I ask, our session today is very much on obesity in the urban context. Do we really think this is the key challenge, nutritional challenge to cities, or are there other important, maybe Yuri wants to come in on this from your context in the Russian context? Is it really obesity is the number one challenge in the urban context, or other issues that you think also need to be addressed?
Ну, вы знаете,
well, obesity is directly connected with urban population, and actually a city. Why we are talking about city and obesity? Because these two components are interconnected and interdependent, and the way the city is organized, the way people live there, and it's obvious. And another important point, I've failed to mention it, but when we meant some points about prevention of obesity, when we don't people don't have opportunity to maintain healthy weight, and the doctors come in. Well, the effectiveness is low. Only 20% of the patients are successful due to our efforts. And the reason is, as a doctor, I can say, if there is a certain way, well, to completely ban some bad food, like fast food products, I would do it. But the problem is that people would be indignant and would be against. We are trying to get them healthier, but then they will object by saying that you deprive us of tasty food, and there is much influence of the environment in the cities, and yeah, that's right. Obesity is determined by in the city by its environment. It's a very known story. Well, we do have other challenges, but they are part of obesity. They are connected with obesity and oncology, but they are not so frequent. They are more rare.
Okay, thank you. Thank Yuri raised there the issue, and others, you've also mentioned it, a few of you, in terms of banning or the sugar tax. What's the feeling, and is this a valid and an essential part of the multi-pronged approach to deal with obesity or to encourage healthy diets? What is the feeling from different people's point of view? Would you be encouraging policymakers to definitely have some of these bans as part of a multi-pronged approach?
I can come in there just very briefly. I mean, London, the Mayor of London instituted a restriction on advertising on unhealthy foods on transport, on the public transportation networks and bus stops and so on, which makes up 40% of the land in London that is under his control. And what we've found with that is that that hasn't dented the advertising spend, so it hasn't had any kind of negative impact. But it is something that can be done at a city level because most of these types of regulations are done at the national level, but there are also, and it varies between cities, it depends what kind of control the city government has on these areas. I know that some city governments have the power to tax foods. That's not the case in the UK, but it is in some other countries. So I think it really depends on what power the city government has. And we mustn't think it's a silver bullet. It's about trying to create a healthier environment in which then more nutritious foods and healthier foods can be introduced. It's not a silver bullet on its own, but it's certainly something that in London has been seen favourably as a way of enhancing the healthiness of environment for London's children.
Okay, thank you, Karina. Okay, Milka, I'll let you have the last word, and then I do have to very quickly wrap up. I've been advised we need to, unfortunately, close the session. Milka, okay, please have the last word.
Thank you. Just one quick point, and that is, I think it's really critical to have a systems approach in tackling this issue. And I would say the very fact that the Secretary General of the United Nations is convening a food systems summit next year only underlines the importance of the food system in all things around us, you know, from health over environment, over livelihoods of people, over minority issues and what have you. So I think also coming from a background of system biology myself, I find the systems approach the only way for us to tackle this crisis, and the crisis is huge.
Good, thank you, Milka. I'm pleased that you raised the UN Food Systems Summit. I was obviously going to mention that in my closing. I also I think that's a really important, let's say, focus for countries in our region. There's a lot of work started on the country dialogues and preparing for the UN Food Systems Summit to be held next September in New York. I also want to mention that at regional level, we had at the FAO Regional Conference for Europe, we had a big discussion. The main focus was on sustainable food systems and healthy diets. So there's a lot of commitment in the region and a lot of interest to cross from West Europe right through to the Central Asian republics to really try to put energy and practical focus on the systems approach, as many of you have shared real examples about today. So I think we're going to conclude. I want to thank you all again. I think a key message also from you was that lessons can be learned and principles can transfer, but obviously it has to be very specific to the city or to the context. And I also like the comment of trying to work through a system so that we have the nutritionists working with the agronomists, working with the economists, and all vice versa through a system, that this is the way that we bring food, people, and healthy outcomes together, and through public and private support and academia as well. I think this is very, very key as well. So let me thank you all once again, and let me thank the organizers of the Moscow Urban Forum and congratulate them on their 10th event and a very successful event online in extraordinary circumstances. So I hope maybe we can join them physically next year at the 11th event. Okay, so thank you once again, and I'm happy to close the session, and thank you all for very interesting contributions and discussion. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you for joining us for this session. The session is called Stress and Loneliness, Maintaining Mental Health in the City. I'm Itai Palti. I'm director of the Center for Conscious Design, which is an international think tank looking at improving the city, and also HUME and the Human Metrics Lab and Architecture and Urban Design Practice Informed by Science. First of all, I want to thank Moscow Urban Forum for inviting us and hosting us, and congratulations for putting together such an interesting program in a very challenging time. So thank you for that. Just some opening remarks from me before we go to our speakers. The World Health Organization defines mental health as a state of well-being in which each person is aware of his potential, can cope with ordinary life stress, can work productively, and is able to contribute to his community or her community. This definition is relevant for issues of urban health-oriented development. It also reflects the key components of a sustainable environment and city life. Mental illness includes a wide range of conditions that cause changes in people's thinking, emotions, and behavior, and even the way the brain is wired. In the urban environment, the risk of an increase in spread of affective disorders is 30% higher than in suburbs and rural areas. Cities increase the risk and occurrence of anxiety, and also the risk of occurrence of schizophrenia. I'll add some more context in a bit, but first of all, it's my pleasure to introduce our distinguished speakers, Moshe Bar, Head of Cognitive Neuroscience Lab at Bar-Ilan University, Robin Hewins, Director of Campaign Policy and Research at Campaign to End Loneliness in the UK, Alexei Danilov, Director of Interdisciplinary Medicine Institute, Chief of the Department of Neurology at Sechenov University, and Olga Katyana, I hope I said that right, CEO of Alta. So as you can see, we have a rich variety of perspectives, and we'll be hearing about each of those, prompting us to think about how we can build our cities to bring about better social health and therefore better mental health. Each speaker will be speaking for around 7 minutes, and then we'll have about 3 minutes where I'll ask more questions to ground these ideas and how we can improve the built environment. So with that, I will just share a presentation of mine for some comments. If you just hold on, okay. So first of all, just to point out that there are many different ways to tackle loneliness and improve mental health. However, in this conference, we're speaking about the role of the urban environment. There are many theories also about the rise of loneliness, a lot around the role of technology, but it would be naive to think that the environments that we create don't play a major role in how our society develops. We shouldn't ignore the huge opportunity that the city offers in alleviating and preventing such issues. We code our social values into the built environment, and these values, these rules of engagement, shape our everyday lives. And for the sake of this discussion, also shape how we connect with others and ourselves. To understand the mental health effects of the pandemic, we need to look at the city as a medium for connection, one that connects people, but also one that enables each of us to connect to aspects of ourselves that emerge in different contexts. Healthy personal interactions, many of which preserve or develop parts of our identity, are crucial for social well-being, for child development, and even for the slowing down of cognitive decline in older adults. The city is a player in these interactions through the different settings it provides, enriching experiences and grounding their memory in place. Design offers behavioral cues that either hinder or support healthy interactions. Place is an active part in the nature of our interactions, and the quality of place will also affect the quality of the connections we create and maintain. During the pandemic, we all have experienced significant disconnection from our network and parts of our own identities. It's not that the pandemic created this effect alone. It's a combination of its effects and the lack of shared spaces to meet safely outdoors. What can we learn from this experience? For me, the post-pandemic city can become a healthier place only if we reshuffle its priorities. We need to rebuild the city to become a better medium for connection at all times, including a pandemic. And that means repurposing public places around genuine, meaningful, and safe interactions. But the modeling of how people are connected in the city is currently done in a way that flattens the effort to talk about quality. How accessible is our social network? And here I want to point out that there's a difference between accessibility and mobility. The latter gets more attention in this field because the former takes more thinking and investment to create, but is more sustainable in the long run. What are the quality of the places that we share? And do we have agency in these places to adapt them to our social needs? We have to ask ourselves, what is the responsibility of public-facing design? Can we rethink the hostility that many environments project that stop us from dwelling and sharing experiences with others and push us back into our homes for lack of comfort and agency? How can we rewrite the urban social contract and create places to be and places to be together? We'll now dive into the talks from our speakers and think together about the implications of their insights. It's my pleasure to first of all introduce Professor Moshe Bal, who really from my personal journey was the very first scientist who gave me insights and ideas and discussions about how we can integrate science into design. And we co-wrote the Conscious Cities Manifesto together. And from there on, I'm still admiring his work. So I'm very excited to hear from Moshe Bal. Welcome. I think you just need to unmute.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you for inviting me and thank you for this kind introduction. So I'm a cognitive neuroscientist. I study the brain. And the first thing I would like to say, since we're talking here about mental illness, is that I know that the vast majority of the population think about mental illness, psychiatric disorders, as either an issue of chemicals in the brain or some mysterious component that's far from most of us who don't suffer from mental illness directly. And what I would like to promote here today is the notion that actually the way we think also affects how we feel. And it might sound intuitive, at the same time, it might sound not that intuitive in the sense that with the pattern of our thoughts, I'm not talking about the content specifically, but how we think and what's happening mentally in our brain actually affects our well-being and our mental well-being. So my talk will seem initially a little academic and scientific, but I will make connections to especially stress, anxieties, but also maybe at the end talk a little bit about loneliness if I'll have time. So one statement that came from my lab that afterwards been supported extensively by research is that the way we feel in terms of mood, our mood, positive or negative mood, is actually linked with how associative is our mind, how broad we think versus how narrow. And I'm going to explain it because I know it's not too intuitive, this terminology. So if you take it a little further, also think about the brain, and this has been the biggest revolution in brain science for the last 20 years, thinking about the brain as a predictive organ. We would like to make predictions. Our brain always tries to minimize uncertainty for us. Okay, always tries to guess what is next, to predict what is next based on our memory and based on our experience. So people feel most comfortable in predictable environment. I'm not saying it's the most fun environment, but I'm just saying making us feel more comfortable. And we don't always seek comfort. So this is something to keep in mind. But you can already see the end, or maybe the end of the first part of my talk, how not being able to minimize uncertainty, not being able to be in a predictable environment can actually increase your stress and anxiety level. Okay, so and these predictions are based on associations. And now what do I mean by association? So imagine you have a representation in your brain of this coffee cup. Okay, so some neurons in your brain represent a coffee cup. And from our experience of everyday world, we know that such a coffee cup is connected also to related things, such as coffee beans, maybe a donut, maybe a coffee maker, sugar, etc. Each of these pictures, each of these representations in our brain is also associated with other things that are connected with it. And now you can see that actually our entire memory is a giant web of association, a giant web of things that are connected with each other. But the thing is that for a proper brain, for a proper operation of our brain, we don't want to activate this entire network every time you see a coffee cup, right? We don't care about this tent when you see a coffee cup. So what you want is that the right balance of how much to activate and how much to inhibit. So the brain works with this balancing act of not too many activations, but not too little. Just activate the information that's relevant for you now so that you can predict. You see a coffee cup, you want to predict that there might be a donut around or a coffee maker, right? So associations is a storage mechanism, but also an activation mechanism that help us know what to expect, how to prepare, and to enhance predictability and thus decrease uncertainty in our environment. So we would like to use our memory, our experience, so that we can foresee what's coming with some resolution of accuracy. Okay, so this is the healthier brain, so to speak. We want some activation, some broad associative activation that a butterfly would lead to a fly, to an airplane, to a boat, and to a fish. But there are also cases of inability to generate these predictions, inability to think wide, inability to think in an associative manner in a more healthy way. And this happens when we cannot predict, when we cannot generate and lean on our associations, when we cannot predict, people ruminate. They're stuck on the same thought. You can imagine somebody stuck at home or somebody in a familiar environment that just over and over with the same thoughts. And this can elicit mood disorders that include anxiety, stress, depression. We study, especially in my lab, depression and anxiety to see how the way you think, how broad and how narrow is your thought, affect how well you feel in terms of mood, okay? And indeed, when people cannot predict, when they cannot foresee, when they are surprised, they seem as fearful as when they see something threatening. So you cannot distinguish a face expression of somebody who's fearful versus somebody who's deeply surprised, because we're basing our actions on this ability to predict. So again, mood is directly linked to how associative or uninhibited our mental process. And when we are associative, we feel better. Of course, to some extent, you don't want to be too associative. Then there are other types of psychiatric disorders, such as schizophrenia, for example. So there have been, and I won't get into the specifics of the data, and you can read about this if you want. You can email me afterwards or whatever, and you can read online. But there has been in the literature and in our own work in the lab, connections between positive mood and how associative people are. And you can see it. Associative also translates to other traits, such as creativity. So when people are in better mood, they're more creative, they're more curious. Okay, and I'll talk soon about the fact that all these personality traits or states of mind, as we call them, it's not really personality, they change with mood, for example. So happier people are, by and large, this is not a rule, but it's a trend, that happier people are more creative and more curious. And I won't get into the clinical aspects here, but there are also elements that when you are thinking broadly, when you are thinking associatively, actually you get more neurons. There's something called neurogenesis. New neurons grow in your brain even when you're adult, just from the fact that you're more associative and happier and do a bunch of things that I might elaborate on later on. And we have quite a few publications. This is just one that came from our group. We're showing that more associative, happier. Okay, so you think more broadly, you think in a more associative manner, you get, when we measure your mood, you're feeling better. Okay, so the way you think, how expansive is your thought, translates to how well you feel. And when we look at brains of individuals, in this case, actually, we took depressed individuals, and you look at the activations in their brain, you see that individuals with depression, negative mood, activate associations to a lesser extent, less associations. Their mind is less associative. Not only this, they even lose volume of cortical, of neuronal volume, right? So they have less brain structure if they're continuously not activating all these associations. So associative mind is a healthy mind in many respects. And this is kind of a collection of supportive evidence from different lines of studies, not only from our own lab, that show how sadness, depression, and other aspects of negative mood correlate and map very nicely with the network that we know in the brain is recruited when we think in a very associative manner. Okay. So what we do very often in the lab and outside, now we're also trying to address people, in the public, is try to improve their associative thinking, thereby improving their mood and their maybe depression symptoms. But it's not only for depression. All of us, first of all, depression is very prevalent in the world. Like at least 30% of the population experience depressive episodes. But beyond that, I think we can all agree that we can all feel better, right? We're never at the top of the world all the time, right? So we want to feel better, and these ideas of associative thinking, improving mood, actually apply to all of us. And this is just a quick demonstration in one study where we actually showed people just words, that the words either surrounded the same topic. This is like rumination, being stuck in the same topic. So it's associative, but very narrow, versus broad, progressive, associative, expansive kind of list of words, just reading these words. And people in this list, actually you can see it, that expanded with their thoughts, improve their mood. Okay, so this is just, I don't want to get into the details. It doesn't need to be technical, just the bottom line that making people read words that expand associatively versus stay narrowly associative improves their mood significantly. Okay, so switching gears, this kind of correlation between how we think and how we feel added to our bigger framework of what we call overarching states of mind, where we talk about how the mind actually is controlled, not in a sinister way, but is maybe modulated by you can think about this giant web that kind of affects our entire biases and mental capacity. So I'll just be more specific now. Many aspects of our cognitive life, our mental life, are included in this diagram, and many of them are studied independently. And here I actually call for their unification. So we scientists study perception. How do we see the environment? See, hear, smell, right? How do we use our senses to understand our physical world, the physical world around us? So this is perception. And perception can lean more on the sensory information, but a lot of how we perceive the world around us actually stems from our predictions. We call it top-down influences. What we already know, what we already expect, affect how we perceive the world around us. So in spite of our subjective experience that what we see is what's out there, we also, as scientists and also philosophers and Buddhists and many other people, know that actually our perception of reality is distorted and is affected by what we already know, what we already expect, and what we already desire, what we already fear, right? So our internal representations affect how we see the information, even if it comes through veridical sensors, such as our senses. Our attention, do we look at the forest or do we look at the trees, right? So there's a scope of attention that can change from being very local, looking at like small features of our environment versus do you look at the entire building, the entire street, or do you look at windows and handles and individual people there? So this is a matter of effect of state of mind. Do we think broadly or narrowly? That's what I was talking about before. Openness to experience, that's another thing that one has to take into account also in designing the urban environment and everything else. People can change, even the same individual, regardless of personality, can change in how much they're willing to sacrifice safety and certainty in order for them to explore. So they can be very exploratory on one end, right? They can really seek the new, the novel experiences, the thrill, the learning, the curiosity, or they can just resort to their familiar environment, comfortable environment, places that feel safer. There's no good or bad. There's the right state for the right situation. There are places where it's good for you to resort to the familiar, to the safe, and there are states where, like, you're traveling to a new city, you want to explore, you don't want to hide in your hotel room, right? So there's a range here of, and the same also about mood. And what we say here when we talk about state of mind is that this entire collection of big cognitive and affective constructs like perception, attention, thought, openness to experience, and affect, all of them are tied together. under this structure that we call state of mind. And they can change. We can be more towards the exploratory, broad association, thinking globally, or we can slide towards the other side. Most of the time, we are all somewhere along this spectrum. It's very rare to be in one extreme, right? And lean only on our sensory information, or look only globally, or think only broadly, but rather we actually slide along this spectrum. So each dimension can change the others, context-based. Well, this effect, this state of mind is really driven by the situation. So you can be in a certain place. If it's an intimidating environment, it makes you go to this extreme of being very narrow. You want to lean on your existing knowledge. You think locally. You think narrowly.
Sorry, if you could wrap it up. I don't know if you're coming to the end or not. Sorry to disrupt.
You just took a minute. Okay, so let me just wrap up then, as I've been asked here. So I'll just say that these states of mind actually can affect how, when we take into account the state of mind of our inhabitants, of people in the streets, people in buildings, people in classrooms, people in shops, we need to think, we have to have in mind when designing these things, their state of mind. What is their state? Are they more exploratory around here? Do we expect them to be more exploitatory? Do we expect them to, this is a novel environment, so what comes with novelty, right? There's more uncertainty. How do we approach and how do we accommodate individuals that we know will be really anxious with all this novelty? This is only one example, okay? So how do we facilitate with state of mind in mind, creativity, mood, exploration, familiarity, certainty, curiosity, learning, safety, scope. All these big words actually are affected by your state, and your state is dynamic, and your state can be manipulated by your environment, by your peer, by your company, by the people around you. So this is something that has to be taken into account. So I'll just wrap up by saying that associations and predictions and inhibitions are central to our mental lives, and really they're the basis of all this. And they're compromised in mood disorders. So when you're less able to predict, less able to associate, actually, we see some toll, some costs in our mood and our state of mind and our well-being. It's possible to regain this by making people think more associatively. And I want to say that cities that stimulate, it appeals to me and appeals to one extreme of this spectrum. We don't always want to stimulate. As I said, there are some areas where we actually want to be more maybe calming and radiate some safety. And so think about designs that accommodate this state of mind to make people less anxious when we want them, or more thrill-seeking when they can. And I think this is it.
Thank you so much, Moshe. First of all, it's a fascinating model. And I think anyone who is at the intersection of design and science is looking for these models to understand how we can streamline all this knowledge. Something that came up in my mind is that, you mentioned the rumination that happens when we stay in, when we're stuck in an environment, when we're maybe disengaged from the environment. And I think that's something that many people are experiencing around the world now as we're stuck at home. In that sense, you talk about the city as that stimulates, and obviously cities do stimulate. Do you think there's an element of this period in history where people might be looking for some familiarity in order to connect to what they used to know because of this disconnection? And then what does that mean for the types of experience that we design for, given that most cities stimulate rather than create a sense of familiarity necessarily?
Right. Well, I look at this state of mind issue as an opportunity to minimize friction. And the friction I talk about is between the individual and their environment. And before this nice meeting, I wasn't thinking specifically about architecture, but just your environment, the people around you, the activities around you, etc. So when you think in terms of frictions, you want to match the environment and the individual to hopefully minimize this friction, okay? So if this individual is expected to be exploratory, now in a museum, you don't want them, you don't want to show them familiar things, right? Because then it will be boring. But when they go to the supermarket, you don't want to be creative and hide things from them and mix them in an unsensible manner, but rather make things familiar. So they go to a certain experience, they want to see what they expect to see. They go to other places, they want to be thrilled, they want to be excited. So it's true that cities and urban environment stimulates, but I don't think it stimulates in the right way, in the right places, but rather when they take the individuals that they try to stimulate, it becomes very clear when you want to stimulate and when you don't want to stimulate. So it's really a matter of, I don't want to say moderation, but rather taking into account both ends, the individual and the environment. I'm sure for you guys, it's already been known that you want to look in the individual within their environment, but to kind of get into their mind, so to speak, and understand what do they expect from this environment, what will be best experience from them in this environment. And then you realize that you think about the spectrum that I showed, some environments would call for more exploitatory, some will be more exploratory. So yes.
Great. Thank you so much, Moshe. It's really fascinating. Thank you for the comments. I think many people can be inspired by your work in what I said, the translation of the science to design, because you constantly look for what's the relevance of these findings to real life environments and experiences. So thank you very much for that. We'll move on to our next speaker, Alexey Danilov, Director of Interdisciplinary Medicine Institute and Chief of Department of Neurology at Sechenov University. Alex, what happens in the brain when a person is stressed out? Tell us about the main symptoms, when you can understand that you're under stress, and what this might mean for the built environment.
Hello, Ida. Thank you for giving me the word. I just noticed I got a brain fitness puzzle. My backstage is upside down, so you have to guess.
No, it's not. It's actually right. I had the same issue. To us, it looks backwards. To everyone else, it's right. So you're good.
Okay. To train your brain again, I'll speak Russian now. Okay. Уважаемые коллеги.
Dear colleagues, well, really, we are talking about stress in the city, and neurobiologists have been studying the stress impact on psyche, on health, and you have a certain level of anxiety, and we have greater level of psychiatry diseases, and we have the rise of schizophrenia. Well, one of the reasons is the urban design. It was shown that monotonous gray repetitive environment increases the level of depression, stress, social behavior, consumption of alcohol, and increase of deviant behavior. Other reasons include various social statuses when people were born in the city, or they came to live in the city from the countryside. Well, the idea is urban environment increase anxiety, and we see the activation of the important part of the brain of amygdala. And today, apart from the problems that used to exist in the urban environment, we are facing the COVID that added something else to this environment. But let me mention some positive effects. Well, first of all, there has never been such clean air in the city, so there is a correlation between the purity of the air and the death rate because of COVID. Well, a lot of cities now meet the requirements of World Health Organization in connection with air pollution. Well, a lot of people died because of polluted air, and now we pay attention to this problem because of the positive effects of COVID, and we know that apart from biological impact, it also has other impacts. Many businesses are being closed, and people are not losing money, people are losing perspectives, the conviction in the future. There is more unpredictability, and it's a risk of key diseases. Now we can have some summaries of this year with the syndrome of online working remotely from home, and with more people consuming more alcohol and less physical activity, calories-rich food, people in masks, all these factors add stress. But if we look at the situation in a broader scope and how this problem is being coped with, that the disillusion is that the whole focus is on masks and gloves and isolation. Of course, they are important, but not the key aspects if you want to resist and solve the problem. Because we have not got rid of obesity, hypertension, diabetes. They are still in place. The virus has become the last straw on the camel's back, so to speak, and contributes to aggravation of stress, and we see the rise of death rate because of COVID and other diseases. Since we are talking more about COVID consequences, I will outline the problems. There are not only biological factors in connection with lockdown, psychological stress, psychosocial stress that result in depression, post-traumatic consequences, rise of suicide cases, the risk of Alzheimer disease. Looking at the previous pandemics, the situation is not over when the infection has gone. For 5, 10, or 20 years, there are different consequences, post-encephalic and others. 5 years, 10 years later, there are after effects. Even for those people who were not ill, but children and families of those who became broke, doctors who lost some of their relatives and friends. So these psychosocial factors may contribute to psychoneurological diseases. We are talking about brain, and as Woody Allen said, brain is my second favorite organ. But nevertheless, I would pay attention that it's not the brain is here the most important thing, but immune system is also here. They are acting together, and this coronavirus, together with stress, they support each other and contribute to diseases and development of different social and psychological aspects. When you look at TV and see coffins in ice stadiums instead of hockey matches, and instead of gay parades, you see a lot of cars with sprinklers to disinfect squares. And information every day as weather forecast about the number of dead and sick every day. And of course, it contributes to the number of new patients. But let's go to the best, to a better thing, how to get rid of it, how to resist it. But speaking broadly about different threats, because we have poverty, economical crisis, we'll have other threats in the future. The idea is to concentrate not only on negative pathological things, but how to reinforce our psycho-neuroendocrinal system, how to mitigate the consequences, how to have the balance in the system. And here I want to use the Chinese experience when children starving came to their parents. The parents did not give them fish, but they gave them fishing rods. Of course, people can get money from government, food and gifts, but from the experience of different charity organizations and volunteer centers, such gifts have opposite effect. So the most important thing is to reinforce the resilience. And I want to the theory of salutogen of Antonovsky in 1967. It was formulated that the environment should be salutogenous when the environment reduces stress and you can overcome different factors provoking stress. And Alan Delaney spoke about creation of the environment that stimulates your recovery, improves your mood and productivity. This is what Mr. Moshe was speaking. When the environment is friendly, brand-friendly environment, this salutogen environment is about concentration not on pathogenesis, but on factors that improve your emotions and your life. And one of the proposals in our Institute of Interdisciplinary Medicine, my colleagues and I, where we have a special department of this salutogenous design, and we proposed 5 important factors. When we put emphasis on only one, we won't go far. Well, we heard a lot about loneliness today, and certain studies show that loneliness is correlated by the volume of gray matter brain, particularly for the elderly people, old people who are isolated. And on the other hand, there is a concept, a problem of loneliness in the crowd. When there are a lot of people and they communicate to each other, but this communication does not make them happy. Now we can have a very meaningful approach about such practices as meditation and mindful activities when you don't send a lot of SMS messages and phone calls. You can be lonely but feel well. This is what the new programs about improvement of psychological health must be aimed at. And this mindfulness improves our state. Well, there are special programs and products. For example, biofeedback, neuro training. There's a special fMRI neuro training, and you see in this slide on the right a scheme when the anxiety is at a very low level. That's a very efficient way of improving psycho-neuroimmune state. But of course, to improve the situation, we are to use these programs. Called Alert from Canada came to the forum last year and was speaking about nature and environment positive impact on brain, and nicely built environment has a positive effect, and the ugly environment has negative effect. I would stress that beauty aesthetics also improves the functions of brain. Well, we had a special program in Moscow, long life, and this program was abolished, unfortunately. And to compare isolation during the pandemic, and people go to dance parties in the parks, and to compare the effect of the reduction of gray volume and other problems connected with isolation, and compare with the situation when you got infected during a dance party in the park. Well, I think very careful communication, taking the precautions, will give positive effect. This union with nature will change the percentage of endorphins. We improve our feeling, general state of mind, and our immunity becomes stronger. We are more sustainable and strong, and our actions should start from ourselves. Yes, I'm going to finish soon. Well, just 1 minute. And starting from our apartments, and our institute invites dear colleagues to participate in this study of effects on the environment on health. We are developing, designing new apartments with special systems of air purification and other gadgets, making the environment more attractive and nice to live in. And we invite you to participate in this project to study different effects of the environment on the psychological state and the brain. Well, and also, I draw your attention to a change of design of the cities after the pandemics. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Alexei. Fascinating. I do have lots and lots of questions. I'm going to keep the question to the end if we have time, because I want to give enough time for the other speakers. But thank you again for the talk. We're going to head over to Robin Hewins. Robin, you're Director of Campaigns, Research and hold on, we just need to, if you unshare your screen, Alexei, please. Yes. So Robin, you're Director of Campaigns, Policy and Research in the Campaign to End Loneliness in the UK. You lead a team with a presence in all four UK countries, driving actions on loneliness through research, convening and influencing. Tell us about your organization and your activities and what you think we can do to end loneliness in the city.
So yes, we were founded nearly 10 years ago as a way of trying to bring focus and attention onto the issue of loneliness. I think that at the time it was very much seen as being an issue that was most about older people, and the research and evidence has focused on older people. But I think as we've gone through the last decade, we've seen that actually loneliness is an issue across the age spectrum. There are some risks that cluster in older age, particularly not kind of recent healthy retirees, but more if people become unwell, or if they're bereaved, or if they become disabled. That kind of some big risk factors for loneliness in later life. And then in younger life, there's some big transitions, moving for work or for education, or social groups that just change much more quickly when we're younger. And I think it's slightly speculative, but I think it feels like there's some things around resilience, that one of the pleasures of getting older is that you've seen there, you've done it before, and you can deal with things that might be more challenging when you're younger. So we have 3 key areas. We try to develop the evidence base. We work closely with academic researchers and try to bring that evidence to a wider groups. we work with the community of organisations who are interested in loneliness, which is a really broad community. It's a big area for charities and the voluntary sector, but we also work with a good deal with government and the public sector, and also with private companies as well. And finally, we try to make the case for action on this issue, which kind of goes into something that we were part of a broader movement in the UK that campaigned on this issue, and that helped to lead to a government loneliness strategy with a dedicated minister for loneliness. And I think that has been running for a couple of years now, and there's been a series of useful actions from central government, but in a way it's been particularly helpful as the pandemic has hit, because there has been a good understanding inside government already of the importance of social connections, and there's been dedicated funding and work to try to make sure that that loneliness is addressed through this pandemic. So I will move on. So I was asked to talk a bit about what we think can be practically done about loneliness. And I think that really there is no silver bullet. There's no one single solution for tackling loneliness. There's a whole kind of system that works best when it fits together. And so I'm going to talk briefly about just in the kind of broad chunks. So this is we call this the Promising Approaches framework. It reflects that as a relatively young issue, loneliness doesn't have some great, long, massive academic evidence base. A lot of this is about judgment and experience, as it is about having kind of perfectly done randomized controlled trials. But if we start with someone who's lonely or at risk of loneliness, on kind of my left-hand side of the screen, you can see that the first task is to find people. Loneliness isn't something. Loneliness is stigmatized. It isn't always immediately apparent if people are loneliness, and so having the kind of services and conversations to help reach people is important. And then I think because loneliness is not, because loneliness goes into our psychology, it makes us think more negatively about our social interactions. It makes people lose confidence, and it makes it harder. Loneliness actually can make it harder for people. Loneliness is about a lack of meaningful social contact. It actually makes it harder to originate them. And so it's really important that people are supported, often really quite actively, to kind of re-engage in social life. And then in order for them to do social things, people need infrastructure that can either support that engagement, or if it isn't there or is bad, it can actually get in the way. So I'm going to talk about gateway infrastructure in a little bit more depth in my next slide. But digital has obvious uses for people knowing about what's going on, keeping in touch with people. People need to get about. If there aren't buses, if you don't have access to a car, particularly in rural areas, that can be a real problem. And then the kind of direct things that you can do about it, that might be engaging in groups, it might be one-to-one. And as I was saying earlier, sometimes it's about helping people with their psychology. There's a whole load of other bits of this diagram at the bottom, but I'm going to skate over that so that I can keep to time, and be good for Aita's blood pressure. So finally, I just wanted to, given the focus of this conference, I wanted to talk a bit about where we see the role of the built environment. So it's something which, as I say, reflecting that this is a young issue, it's something that we've brought into the framework only this year. But, and I think we've already heard, I think at the kind of quite in-depth scientific level, about the way in which environment impacts on how we feel. And so some of this is about how we feel, and some of it is about some very concrete things. So housing can support people to get out and about, or it can discourage connection. For example, in terms of just the basic accessibility of whether someone can get down the steps to get out of their house, whether the lift in their apartment block is working. But it can also be about the slightly more intangible things, that there are spaces where you bump into people, spaces that you have a common areas in apartment blocks where people might bump into each other. We need public spaces that feel, as we've just been hearing, that feel safe, that people, one a really important driver about loneliness is whether you feel safe and welcomed in your community. So if people, if they feel vulnerable to crime or to forms of discrimination or abuse, it's a really significant driver of loneliness. We need community spaces for the kind of voluntary groups in society that help to bring people together, but also there's a role in the kind of private sector for cafes, pubs and shops. People say that they really value them. And I think it's a real worry for me in this period about whether cafes and pubs might go out of business and not come back into business when they're needed again. We've done some really interesting work with older people talking about how much they value them as places to meet, as places to have things to talk about, and really as things which can make life worth living. So that's a brief tour, but I hope you found it interesting about where we're up to in the UK and some of the broader lessons of that.
Will be boring if people will drink beer at home.
Будет сложно.
We'll get more beers and in bad mood.
That's your question now, by the way.
People...
No. Anyway, thank you very much for the talk. I have to say, as someone who comes and really believes in the power of the built environment to affect our health, we don't often see organizations looking at the built environment as a potent ingredient in their strategies. Usually it's a matter of services, and this is really great to see from your organization, the Campaign to End Loneliness. So thank you very much. We'll move on to Olga, who is going to give our last talk of this session. Olga Kitaina is speaking from the angle of psychology and how we connect with others, whether we can create the networks, whether they are digital, or what can we learn about connection through digital networks, and how that might impact real life feelings of community and sense of belonging. Welcome, Olga.
Спасибо большое. Всем здравствуйте.
Thank you very much. My name is Olga Kitaina. I'm a practitioner, a psychologist, and I'm also a founder of Alter, the network for finding experts. Yes, I will talk about loneliness from the psychological perspective. I will try not to repeat what my colleagues have already said, and we have talked today about loneliness, but this term is sometimes misunderstood, and I would like to say that being alone physically does not equal being lonely. And I've studied different statistics in Russia, and I've seen that in Russian media they often talk about people who are not married. They say that they are lonely, but it is not really correct, because loneliness is an emotional state. It is our feeling of support from others, because a person, an individual, can live alone but not feel lonely. And also we have the term of social isolation. This is really the state when a person has no one to talk to or to ask for something. Why do we need loneliness? Why loneliness appeared? Well, loneliness is an evolutionary mechanism which allowed to our predecessors to survive. Only the ability of people being social animals and their cooperation with others in creating villages and human settlements allowed us to survive and to take over other animals, because we are not the strongest in the world in comparison to other animals. And also one of the punishments used earlier was isolation, and also a person could understand that his or her social network is under danger, and that's how the feeling of loneliness appeared. My colleagues have already talked about the fact why loneliness can be frightful and why so many scientific experts pay attention to loneliness, because this leads to the rise of stress. Well, as I've said, it is an evolutionary mechanism, but if we feel loneliness and stress too often, it will also increase the death rate, the alcohol dependence, and depression, suicide, or other cognitive changes, shifts in mind, and the way the individual acts. For example, a person may think that no one wants to communicate with him or her, and afterwards his or her sense of loneliness will increase even more. The sense of loneliness can decrease memory, and also there are some statistics which show that loneliness can be spread over. If one individual is feeling lonely, it means that people with whom he had a social interaction also maybe will feel lonely. Unfortunately, we have not a lot of data. There was only one survey made by Rosstat, and we tried to see how often people feel lonely. I've also looked up statistics for the UK, the US, and some European countries. I see that more and more people notice that they feel lonely, and also we see difference in income. Also, we see that with age, this feeling of loneliness is rising. And also women say that they are lonely more often than men. And my point is that maybe men are just less prepared to acknowledge it, because this feeling of loneliness is not really socially acceptable, and that's why for men to acknowledge their vulnerability, it is harder to do because of some gender stereotypes. I've already said that loneliness is a stigmatized feeling, and there are a lot of people who do not want to acknowledge that they are lonely. There are some stereotypes which say that only unfortunate people can be lonely, and it is also connected to the feeling of intimacy, togetherness, and I'm sure that everyone has at some point faced this feeling of loneliness. Even if you have a big family, you just understand that this is a signal that you need to work on something, and you need to work on it in a more detailed manner. Only if you feel lonely several times per week, for example, there are some factors which can cause loneliness. As a psychologist, I cannot not mention negative childhood experience. If, for example, a person had less support in his childhood, he also will see other people as a potential source of danger in his adult life. Also, there are other social factors, bad self-rating, or some mental disorders or difficulties, depression or other diseases. For example, if physically it is difficult for an individual to come out from his or her flat, it also can contribute to the development of loneliness. Well, what is the link with the city? You know, the term loneliness in English appeared only when cities appeared in the 18th century. So that's why even in English language, the word loneliness did not exist. There was a word
Wrap up. We need to wrap up the session. Thank you.
loneliness. So, wrapping up, I would like to say that the city environment now shows us that people are focused on their career, and our life-work balance is modified, and sometimes we make sacrifice of communication with friends because we need to do something for work. Also, church is no more a place for communication for people. People marry less, and also we see such a factor as negative politeness. You know, we rarely say hello in lifts, for example, and sometimes we do not have real contact with other people in the streets, for example, and I'll wrap up now.
Okay. Thank you so much, Olga. All amazing insights. I think it's really interesting to look at the psychology of loneliness and connection here. And in the way that you're doing it, translating it into technology, but also how can we use it for the more hard things in our environment, like the built environment itself. So we're going to wrap up this session. Thank you so much, everyone. We have, as you can see, there's so much knowledge coming out of research that we need to translate and make healthier environments. Apologies for not being able to carry on more of the discussion. There's a plenary session opening now, and so I encourage all the attendees to go there as well, and also to contact the speakers. Working with these people, the researchers, the people in organizations, can be a great boost to your efforts. And the interdisciplinary nature of the way the built environment is being created is really the future. We're seeing the effects on it, on how cities are being used to increase population, well, to benefit population health. And if we don't think of it from all these directions and think holistically and interdisciplinary, we're not going to get as far as we'd like to. So I do encourage you to contact all the speakers as well. Thank you very, very much, all of you, and for attending and for listening, and have a great day. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm really glad to welcome you at the Moscow Urban Forum session. Unfortunately, it's been online, but I think we're going to get a lot of pleasure from talking to Tom Wright today, who is President and CEO of the Regional Plan Association. Tom Wright is the Chief Executive Officer of the RPA, which is an independent non-profit civic organization founded in the 1920s. So you're 100 years this year, right, Tom?
Yeah, just about.
That's amazing. We congratulate you. It's an absolutely unique case when a private non-profit organization improves the prosperity, infrastructure, and sustainability, health, and quality of life in the New York, New Jersey, Connecticut metropolitan region by preparing long-range plans and advocating for their implementation. So, Tom, we know that there has been the fourth plan, which you launched in 2017. Could you maybe tell us a little bit of how the plan's recommendations seek to improve the health while addressing the challenges in the areas of climate change, transportation, affordability, and administration?
Sure. So as you said, Regional Plan Association is a private nonprofit organization. Essentially, we're a civic planning group, which is to say we don't have public funding. We aren't chartered by the states or the federal government. We exist outside of that. But we have prepared these long-range plans once each generation that kind of lays out what we think over the next decade or two, what kinds of investments and policies need to be made. And we did our last one just about 3 years ago. And it really did put health and equity on an even footing with sustainability and prosperity, and laid out a series of recommendations, everything from housing policy, transportation investments, which we're well known about, but also things like community health metrics, looking at the entire region and recognizing that the built environment would play a very large role in the health and livelihood of our citizens.
Could you let's switch to the keynote presentation you have prepared.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So I think is the presentation up on? I'm not sure whether it's showing on the screen or not. Should I go?
Let me see. I think let's find out from the organizers. I think it is being shown now.
There we go. Okay, so I'll give a quick overview about Regional Plan and the work we've done, especially through the last year of COVID, just to kind of introduce folks who may not be aware of it. So this is the region we work at. It's the New York metropolitan region. It's part of 3 different states, 31 counties. I like to point out that there are 782 towns and cities within this region. One of them is New York City, and it's 8.5 million people, and 781 are not. And in the United States, many of the important decisions about land use planning, transportation, economic development are made at that municipal level. And so this is a kind of recipe for disaster in many ways. There's very little coordination, and there is literally no government entity, no federal, state, local entity that thinks about the health and prosperity and well-being and sustainability of this entire region. We simply don't have it. Even the federal government considers Connecticut part of one region and New York and New Jersey and Puerto Rico as another. So so at the public sector, there's no recognition of this region and what it's doing. As you since the 1920s, formed as an independent organization and have been doing research around, what kinds of investments and policies would be necessary to promote this area. And just very quickly, in the 1920s, we produced our first regional plan, which essentially laid out recommendations for the highway network, for the mass transit network that we have today, where development should occur, Many of the parks and open spaces that we celebrate today were literally first recommended in the first two volumes of the plan in 1929 and 1931. Back then, we had, we're an independent organization. Our board of directors, our chairman was a guy named Frederick Delano, whose nephew happened to be Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And so, we had a little access. And that was kind of, so when the New Deal came along, New York and our region actually was getting at some points about half of the national funding because we had plans in place. And so this became the blueprint essentially for the development of the New York metropolitan region. In the late 60s and early 70s, we put out a series of reports in the second regional plan, which identified things actually pedestrianizing Times Square and Broadway and putting bike lanes into Manhattan was an idea we proposed in the early 1970s. We talked about building new light rail systems. And really at the time, what we were concerned about was how people were moving out of the core of the region, the population and job shifting out of New York City to the furthest edges of the region. So we were really looking at how do we protect open space and other things. In the 1990s, we produced our third regional plan, A Region at Risk. There was a lot of concern back in the 90s about the future of New York and how it was going to compete in this global economy and whether it was governable. And so we laid this out with recommendations, again, about kind of investments in mass transit, congestion pricing. Actually, the chairman of this committee was a guy named Bob Kiley, who then went to London to implement Transport for London's congestion pricing zone. I wish he'd stayed in New York and done it here instead. But so in each of these, and then the last one, 3 years ago, we released the fourth regional plan, which kind of recommends, these days, of course, what we were talking about was shifting to new modes of transportation and making streets shared, not just for automobiles, but for bikes and pedestrians and public spaces, and really recognizing the rise of new technology and economy as our economy. But again, kind of connecting it to health and equity in a very tangible way. And we laid out these values in the plan: equity, health, prosperity, and sustainability. And the goal, of course, is to make sure that when we make recommendations and policies, that we aren't sacrificing some of these for others. It's not going to help us to try and promote our prosperity or our economy if we are undercutting health and equity in the region in particular. So this became an important framework. I'll say we did a lot of work gaming out different scenarios of what the future would look like. We did not anticipate COVID. We looked at different sea level rise and climate change scenarios. We talked about what might happen in the housing markets, what might happen in different industries, but we did not see COVID coming. And so we earlier this fall, we released a report called New York's Next Comeback, really to try and explain what is going on with COVID. This is an image from the New York Public Library. The iconic lions are now wearing face masks in New York. But we wanted to do a couple things to kind of try and make people recognize what's happening right now and put it in a larger context. There's an enormous amount of misinformation out there about COVID right now, and people kind of assume certain correlations and connections that don't necessarily exist. They also have there's been a concern about whether New York and the region would come back. I grew up in New York City in the 1970s, and so I know how far down it can go. We are very optimistic. After 9/11, the city came back. After Superstorm Sandy, we came back. We know we will recover again, but it won't be the same way we were before. And so what we did with this report was kind of lay out, here are some of the mistakes that our policymakers and civic leaders and others need to avoid. The first is to just assume that everything that's happened in the short term is a new paradigm. There are definitely certain things, telemedicine, teaching. I also teach at Columbia University. I've been doing it on Zoom this year. Those were trends that were already happening. What's happened with COVID is we've accelerated those trends, and we won't go back to where we were before. At the same time, certain people are saying, oh, nobody will ever ride mass transit again. That reminds me, after 9/11, people said nobody will ever go up in a skyscraper again. We had 2 super tall towers in New York City on September 12th, 2001. We have 20 today. Clearly, people did return to tall towers. People will return to subways and buses. Not everything that's happening is a paradigm shift. Another really important one is we look at the metropolitan region as a single unit. And it's important not to think of the city and suburbs as a kind of zero-sum game, and what's good for one is bad for the other, or vice versa. Very much in the 70s and 80s, that was the thinking. I credit Mayor Bloomberg and the Bloomberg administration for having changed that thinking and starting to recognize that what was good for New York would also be good for Long Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, the communities around the city. But lately, you've started to see that kind of thinking creep back into the way people talk about things, that if people leave New York because of COVID, that might be a bad thing for the city. Maybe not. Another is to assume that a rising tide lifts all boats, as we say, that when the recovery occurs, everybody. In fact, one of the things the data shows us is that the COVID has exacerbated and really made much, much worse all of the inequalities that existed in our society before it hit. Industries have been completely devastated. The restaurant service industries, low-wage jobs have been devastated. Meanwhile, folks working at the top of the economic scale in law and finance and other things are doing very well. Likewise, we shouldn't just assume that a recovery is going to take care of all the people who've suffered the most. It's going to take intentional policy. And finally, the thing we want to do is make sure that we're not trying to recreate the past. And again, we have this experience in New York through 9/11s, through Superstorm Sandy, through the financial crisis. We came back each time, but it was never the same economy. It was never the same kind of city. We changed in each of those events. And what we need to do now is envision what the new future will look like, not just try to get back to where we were a year or 2 years ago. Let me do some specifics around these about some of the relationships that people kind of assume. One is just this sense that urban density equals spread of coronavirus. People say, well, if more people live closer together, they must be spreading the virus more rapidly. These are two maps. The one on the left shows the residential population density in New York City. Manhattan, of course, and parts of Brooklyn are the densest parts of the city. Then on the right, you see COVID rates by zip code. They are not the same maps. They are actually quite different. Staten Island is the least dense part of the city, but has actually had the highest COVID cases. This is so to make people understand that density is not necessarily what's going to drive the spread of COVID. Instead, it's about behavior and activity. It's workplace environments and other things. Also, frankly, vulnerable populations. We know that the elderly and poor people are more vulnerable to it. So we want people to stop thinking about density as just being what drives COVID. Another thing, people may be more aware of this, but maybe not to the full degree they should be. We know that there is a high correlation between COVID deaths and people of color, that Black and brown people in the United States have suffered more as a result of this than white people and wealthy people. But in our region, that correlation is even higher. This is, we took a snapshot of a date in the middle of the summer, and each of the red dots on these shows a county in the United States that had 10 or more deaths that day. And then what we did was we kind of graphed it by the percentage of people of color within that county. The red line on the bottom shows the national trends of what the correlation is between people of color and COVID deaths nationally. And the yellow line shows what that same correlation is in the New York metropolitan region. And what you see is, while this is a trend that is playing out across the country, it is much, much worse for us. And I think that it's important that people recognize, again, the social inequity of what's happening here. Because as we come out of this, we're going to need policies that really attack this issue and try to make sure that these communities are made whole again. Another of these issues that people talk about is transit ridership, and people have avoided it. I was very disappointed, frankly, just the other day, the New York Times had an article, they surveyed hundreds of epidemiologists, asking them what things they felt safe doing and not doing, and many of them say they're avoiding mass transit altogether. This chart shows kind of COVID-19 cases in the red and shows transit ridership. And I think like Moscow and London and Paris and other global cities, we saw our subway riders dropped from about 4.5 million a day to less than 500,000 a day, about a 90% drop in subway ridership. Bus ridership dropped from about 2 million to about 500,000, a 75% drop in ridership. It has slowly been coming back. But one of the important things that we want to point out is that there is not a high statistical relationship between transit ridership and the spread of COVID. As long as people are exhibiting good behavior, are wearing face masks, are staying distant, are washing their hands, it is safe to ride mass transit. And so and in particular, the concern for us is that while transit ridership is still at a fraction of what it was before COVID hit, we are now seeing essentially the number of people driving into Manhattan and trying to get to their jobs very close to the numbers that we had before it struck. I mean, we're pretty much at the level we were a year ago. That's not sustainable. It's not safe for people to drive, the air quality, the congestion, traffic fatalities, and that simply is not going to be a model that we can sustain going forward. Finally, and the kind of big question, and this is one more of we're monitoring it, but I'm sure that other world cities are thinking of this too, is what we've seen is that a lot of people have been able to effectively work from home. I'm in a remote office myself. I go to the city some days, but it's different for different industries. And so one of the things people are saying is, oh, nobody's ever going to return to Manhattan. All the office buildings are going to be empty, et cetera. First off, one of the things we want to point out is that about half of the jobs in New York City are in industries where people cannot work remotely at all. So literally 50% of the employment are just ones by their nature that people need to show up. Then in the other half, what we think is going to happen is a real kind of sorting out. And certainly tech may go one way, finance may go another, legal may go another. Different industries will play out in different ways. And the impacts of this are going to be unclear. And we're going to have to be, I think this is going to be the big question, is what is the relationship between working remotely and working in an office going forward? And this will be a big change. Just to kind of close it with the last few slides, while I'm pointing out the issues that we shouldn't be worried about, there are three things that we think really could deepen the downturn and make the recovery much harder. The first is the fiscal spiral that we're in. Of course, because of fewer people riding mass transit means that the transit agencies don't have money. The MTA, which runs the New York City subways and buses, is losing about $200 million every week and will run out of cash very soon. There is no way they can borrow their way out of this crisis. There's no way that the city and the state can pay for it. We need federal support for that. Likewise, all of the states are facing fiscal crises. And if they have to cut services and raise taxes to pay for, to keep themselves afloat, that will make things much worse. And so we have been among the many groups, and right now in Congress, literally today, they're debating a new relief package. And we think it's really important to do that because otherwise this will take longer and be worse. There's also been, when this crisis struck, governors and mayors across the region, across the nation, put in what we called eviction moratoriums, saying you can't kick renters out of their apartments or businesses out of their places because they can't make rent. Restaurants obviously have been shut down. As we start to come out of that, at some point those have to be lifted. And what we're going to need is thoughtful policy where all of the actors to the table, the small businesses, the renters, the landlords, the banks that lend the money, and the public sector. And everybody's going to have to put some skin in the game to make sure that we don't have a crisis of widespread evictions. Because if suddenly all of the landlords start demanding back payment at once, there'll be people kicked out of their apartments, there will be businesses closing just as we should be reopening. But we're going to need the public sector. I think New York City is going to have to do some property tax forgiveness. Banks are going to have to do loan forgiveness. Everybody's going to have to come together to make sure that our regional economy works. And the final is this kind of broader perception that the city is unhealthy and unsafe. And again, having lived through and remembering what it was like, these things can feed on themselves. And so it's really important that we see leadership. And we've been calling on our civic, business, and political leaders to really keep driving that. I'd like to see more of them riding the subway. I'd like to see them out and about doing things because they're going to have to lead us out of this. And that's really important. I'll kind of say we still are very optimistic about the future. urban density is still an advantage. Diversity and talent still do drive success. The unique assets that we have in New York, a commuter rail system, a railroad, millions of square feet of office space, the diversity of our workforce and our educational system, that can't be replicated overnight. And so, so there are a lot of reasons that we ought to be optimistic. And even as, people, I get called from people saying, oh, everybody's leaving the Upper East Side for Long Island. Well, every time a household moves out of New York City to the part of the region, that creates an opportunity for a new business, a new family to move into. And we're already starting to see, literally this morning, we started to see the rental vacancy in Manhattan start to drop for the first time, literally today. But we knew that was going to happen because the region will balance itself. This has happened the last 10 years. We saw an enormous run up in jobs and prosperity in New York City itself. New York added 1 million jobs from 2010 to January of 2010 to January of 2020. We went from 3.7 to 4.7 million jobs in New York City. From January to May, we went from 4.7 to 3.7. So we saw a drop. We're starting to come back up, but the trend that we had for that prior 10 years was not sustainable anyway. And in many ways, I think this is a wake-up call to address the structural problems we had. Just kind of closing, there are things that we need to do now. We need to be participating in the tracing and making sure that we are all doing safe behavior so that we slow the spread of COVID, which is fairly terrifying in New York and New Jersey and Connecticut right now. We need robust federal relief for state and local government. We need this package to be approved. We need rent relief, like I was talking about, to make sure that the moratoriums, when they are lifted, that we don't have evictions coming out. We have been moving New York City's streets, and streets in communities across the region have changed, with people now walking and dining on the streets and other things. And we need to keep moving in that direction, building more bike lanes, building more bus lanes. This has been part of what was going to be a slow transition away from the single occupancy automobile is going to happen now. And then federal approval for some of the big projects, the Gateway project, new tunnel under the Hudson River. And in January, New York was supposed to join the world cities that were doing congestion pricing, charging people to their automobiles into the city. The Trump administration for the last 2 years has been dragging its heels on that. And so we need the federal government to step up on that. And I am hopeful that within a year, we will finally get there because we need to be doing that. So that's kind of, I rushed through that very quickly, Natalia, but I just want to kind of put out on the table some of those issues that we're talking about.
That was brilliant. Thank you so much, Tom. Now, there are a couple of things I wanted to discuss. One of them, I think it is very important for us to start talking about it now for Moscow, because this question is not at the table, but needs to be addressed, is what creates inequality and what a city should do to fight inequalities. I think you have a lot of data you could share with us on that.
Yeah. Well, this has been, in the US, we've become more aware just in recent years, I would say, partially from historical research and other things, realizing that inequality has been deeply seated in a number of systems in the institutions that we have. On the housing markets, we were, 50 years ago in the United States, we started promoting home ownership and using it as a vehicle to bring people into the middle class. But we excluded African Americans and Blacks and brown people from those programs explicitly. And so homeowner rates today in the United States, and especially in our region, are much, much different based on the color of your skin. And so local land use zoning and controls has been a big part of the problem that we have. So we're now starting to think about, how do we create a new land use planning structure in New York City? And actually, some of our political leaders, Corey Johnson, our city council speaker, has been talking about creating for the first time ever for New York a comprehensive plan that would try to create a new planning structure that would really address these and make sure that there was affordable housing and ways to try and include more communities that have been excluded in those opportunities. So that's just one example of what we need to do across a number of issues. And of course, this past summer in the United States with the Black Lives Matter movement and protests for racial justice, there's a much higher understanding of these issues. What we're still looking for, frankly, are remedies and solutions to try to make sure proactively that we are bringing justice to communities that have been excluded.
Thank you so much, Tom. Another question I wanted to ask you, unfortunately, we are very short in time, but tell me, please, you've been talking about New York. What would be the universal pieces of advice you would give to administrations of large and small cities worldwide?
So I think a couple of things that we think are very First of all, I'm always cautious about going to another city and telling them what to do. I've worked in New York for 25 years now, so I know it well and have seen it through 9/11 and Superstorm Sandy and other things. But I think that some of the elements of what we're talking about are transferable. Certainly the design of streets and open streets and what's happening there has been an enormous benefit and positive outcome for us. And we've taken inspiration from cities like Paris, say, which has been so far out ahead on this, or Copenhagen and Jan Gehl and his incredible work. So that's something that we're trying to do that I think probably is part of a global dialogue between world cities. I think also making sure we have to take a fresh look at our transit system and think about what a modern transportation mobility system is going to look like and how we're going to integrate the for-hire vehicle, the bike scooters with the subways and the buses. And again, I think that this is an evolution and something that other world cities are really going to be thinking about. And then finally, there is going to be a change in demand of office space and usage, hotels and other things in cities. And we're not going to have all the answers, but I'd really like to see what other cities are thinking about in terms of their building stock in their communities and how they're planning and trying to do that. Because it's going to take a lot of creativity to figure out what the best use of these spaces, of these surplus spaces is going to be.
Thank you so much. Maybe we should add affordable internet access, high quality internet.
Yes. Yeah, we have all discovered how weak our internet is, and 5G is something, you know, and my friends at Verizon and other companies have been talking about this for years, and now we've all become believers.
That's amazing. Tom, that was brilliant. I'm very grateful. I really hope you will be able to come to Moscow and to Kazan, where I work one day, give a presentation in person, discuss your research in more detail, and give us a couple of advice, which will be definitely so very useful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Natalia. I would love to come and see it in person. It's very high on my list.
Perfect. Have a great time. Thank you to the organizers. And this is where we close our session.
Thanks. Thanks for the opportunity.
Good afternoon. My name is Grigory Maltsev, and welcome to our session, Active Design, Maintaining a Healthy Lifestyle in a Megacity. The urban health approach links the risk factors in urban environment and the dwellers' health. And this approach encourages the creation of an environment that will meet the principles of sustainable development and promote physical activity among citizens. There are different problems related to climate or
I'll switch to English.
Environment.
Okay, so we are going to speak about how basically our health is connected with the built environment, what are the good approaches, where should we start, where should we look at, and of course, why is it important today? I have an honor to be a moderator. Our speaker, let me present our speakers. First of all, it's Angela Lauder, Vice President of Research and International Wellbeing Institute. It's currently the author of Active Design Guidelines, author of Fit Cities, and also a professor at University of Alberta. It's Helen Pinau, teacher at School of Sustainability and Health, Environmental Health at School Bartlett, and Alexandra Chichotkina, Managing Director at Strelka KB. The first speaker today will be Angela Lauder. At the International Wellbeing Institute, Angela Lauder is responsible for the direction and development of scientific research that supports the well-building standard, an international rating system for the certification of buildings. Please, Angela, the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Let me just... You can see my screen? Great.
Yes.
So I'm going to take a slightly different approach today to talk about active design in a city. And part of this is based on lessons learned and trends we're seeing with COVID-19, as well as case studies that I've experienced and lessons learned from some case studies recently in North America, and then looking at future directions. So my name is Dr. Angela Lauder. I help lead research at the International Wellbeing Institute. And let's just start at the city scale. This is a great, discussion. The whole conference around urban planning and great cities. And we know that COVID-19 is changing the way the world perceives the link between health and the design of buildings and communities. We know that infectious disease in the past has actually been hugely influential in urban planning and building design. It led to transformative changes, including improved ventilation standards, access to nature and hygiene practices. And in fact, some have even argued that infectious disease helped create the field of modern health. We also know that chronic disease has influenced urban planning. Now, for example, we know that walkable neighborhoods, or like this image here of great bike lanes, really encourage movement and can increase the risk of chronic disease and obesity. We also have seen, unfortunately, that despite great effort, this has been arguably less effective at creating large-scale systematic change than infectious disease. For example, especially in North America, we are still building car-oriented cities, even though we know they're terrible for health and particularly terrible for getting us to move. And so COVID-19 is really challenging these divisions. We have an opportunity to showcase here the link between chronic and infectious disease, urban and building design, environmental health, and health equity. For example, we have evidence that those that live in areas with heavy air pollution, often from vehicle traffic, and those that have chronic disease, such as related to obesity, have a higher death rate from COVID-19. We've also seen in COVID-19 that parks are proving to be essential for mental and physical health of urbanites. So nature is not new, right? We know that nature is good for our health. There's been compelling evidence on the benefits of nature for city dwellers for at least 30, 40 years. This has been shown both at a population level and in smaller studies. Some of the key benefits here include faster recovery from stress, improved immune function, improved mood, restoration of attention and ability to concentrate. And park-specific research, which is most of the research around cities and nature, has shown increased socialization, community cohesion, physical activity, and health. And this is really important, as I'll show in some of the case studies, because all green space is not created equal. We've got cities that are struggling with both too much green space and not enough green space. So we've seen some cities that are the shrinking cities. This is a picture of Philadelphia, particularly bad example of green space in nature. And uneven investment in communities have led to vacant lots, post-industrial relics, and struggling communities. And the evidence is that this type of nature that is so-called neglected simply does not give the kinds of benefits that most of the research shows gives benefits on nature. And we know that the economic and social context influences urban park and green space use. So it's not a case of just build it and they will come. And a lot of the new movements and trends that we're seeing is this recognition of who is this for, how do they get there, what is that social context to encourage people to be active and to get out in nature in the city. We've also seen on this flip side that cities are struggling with a lack of space to add green space, and they really need to find creative solutions. And those are the types of case studies we're going to be looking at today. So this is a quick presentation. I'm just going to look at some of the lessons learned on 2 quick case studies that were done to increase physical activity and access to nature, this kind of new type of urban greening, as well as giving a pointer of some upcoming research for future action. So my book came out, Small Scale Urban Greening, Creating Places of Health, Creativity, and Ecological Sustainability in March. And it really looked at 4 different types of urban greening, small scale urban greening. Today, I'm going to point out the results of 2 of the case studies on elevated and post-industrial green space. And those are the rail parks in Philadelphia and Chicago. And these rail parks are interesting because they're very innovative, creative ways of thinking about the quality of life in cities. And they represent 2 of the 4 trends that I've seen. Tactical urbanism, sometimes called urban acupuncture, in which you do a small scale, sometimes temporary installation to try to test out what something might look like. This has been very successful with trying to encourage complete streets in North America and slowing down traffic, and as well as explicitly linking public health and urban green space in a really new way that I'll be talking about in just a minute. So Chicago and Philadelphia, they are both famous for their parks and their urban design. That's Philly in the top and Chicago in the bottom. They're both 100 Resilient Cities recipients. They've also both suffered from areas of disinvestment and disparity, and they both got really strong environmental initiatives. They both came out with their Resilient Plan quite recently. The 606 case study in Chicago, so the top one is obviously pre-shifts. It was a disused elevated rail line, and it connects 4 ethnically and economically diverse neighborhoods. The result of 606 was the result of both bottom-up activism, like local artists and a nonprofit that managed it, Trust for Public Land, and top-down activism from the city of Chicago. And importantly here, the key goal for this project was to increase active transportation, such as walking or biking, and this was due to federal funding. So the results, this is a picture of a section of the 606 trail. The 2.7-mile trail opened in 2015. It includes a lot of public art and 4 newly acquired, upgraded, or expanded parks that are adjacent to the trail to really help increase green space, and landscape sections of it that are designed to feel like a series of rooms. By the end of the first year, they had over 1 million users on the west end of the trail and 2 million on the east end. And they averaged almost 4,000 users a day, up to 10,000 in really peak areas. And anecdotally, they're still doing research on this, but they have found some increases in the diversity of users. So users, for example, especially from the west end, that are not typically physically active, that went out and bought their first exercise gear, suddenly felt that they had a safe space away from prying eyes in the street in which to be physically active that was accessible to everybody, and there wasn't a pay barrier behind it. Philadelphia Rail Park is a disused elevated rail line. It was in a so-called donut, so an area of lack of development in a developing neighborhood, and they really wanted to develop it to encourage a complete development of the area, also an ethnically and economically diverse neighborhood. This was also a result of both bottom-up activism from local artists and a nonprofit that ran it, and top-down activism from the city of Philadelphia. And the key goals here were slightly different. They were to increase green space. That area is typically was traditionally industrial. It did not have residential areas. Physical activity, and in green space and socialization space that was authentic and reflected the industrial past and was available to multiple use and multiple ages. So the first 1.4 mile spur opened in 2018, and it's really created a social and artistic space for locals to walk, relax, and be educated on local plants. It also reflects the local history and industrial past. And this really gives a safe green space and that kind of neighborly feel. In that neighborhood, they don't have that porch culture because they don't have, not traditionally row houses, and is a safe space for locals of all ages to be and be active. So some of the key takeaways from these two case studies is we really need to take into account the social aspects of physical activity and the links to the neighborhood. Urban green space can also be a path to investment and revitalization. I think is particularly important as we look at reinvesting in our cities post-COVID, hopefully at some point. And that the role of social interaction and pride, neighborhood attachment are very important to help create links to inviting safe spaces for physical activity for all. That rail line was a site of crime in Chicago and really had to do a lot of work to convince locals to use that space, particularly in the West End, which is that tended to be a rougher neighborhoods. So some of the synergies, we know there's synergies and trade-offs between densibility and livability. So we want people to be dense because it encourages easy transit and walkability, but we also know that tends to get rid of green spaces and open spaces, which can make it more livable and more inviting. We know that urban nature has known benefits, but how can we be really creative about creating inviting spaces that people actually want to use and have a multiplicity of health benefits? They encourage physical activity, they can help reduce stress, they can provide open, safe spaces during such as infectious disease pandemics. And we really need to look at the city in innovative ways. What spaces do we have? What spaces can we use? Corridors are a great example of a way that often aligns with ecological corridors and habitat corridors as well. And they can really connect different districts, which is a great way to be able to access and create avenues for physical activity. And of course, we really need an integrated approach because without it, the best intentions fail. You can have the healthiest building in the world, but if you do not have access to great transportation and walkability, you're not going to encourage physical activity. So COVID-19 was also highlighting is green space is a public health issue. So COVID-19 is highlighting the need for urban green space. And really what we're seeing in all of these case studies is the lack of high quality green space is being recognized as a public health risk and a citizen right. And this is really important for equity and for getting people outside safe, inclusive spaces. What kind of nature you add really matters. So what I want us to think about as a key takeaway here is what is our current opportunity with COVID-19 for health and urban design? And just to finish off here, I work for the International Wellbeing Institute. We run a healthy building standard. We have 10 concepts, an integrated approach. And we recognize that we can talk as much as we want, but if we don't bring different disciplines together and we don't recognize what existing and remaining gaps and opportunities we have, we're not going to be able to creatively solve these problems. So in Q1 of 2021, we're coming out with a global research agenda with 20 other global experts. It identifies 12 impact topics and key gaps and opportunities for translating research into practice and vice versa. It aligns with key international standards, and it really also sets sector-specific targets for priorities and implementation. And you're pleased to know that access to nature and movement and physical activity are key there. So we hope that this really stimulates activity and research and creative, innovative solutions to adding more green space and physical activity. Thank you. And my email is there. I will stop sharing to let Karen go.
Thank you, Angela. Great speech. Actually, I have one question for you. It's connected with the situation that we're having now. You've mentioned active transportation, access to greenery and green spaces in the city. And, well, we hear a lot during lockdown about collapse of local economies, right? But we don't hear a lot about health issues. And basically, what we need to think now, it seems, that how can we bring back this activity? How can we bring back people to green spaces? And basically, have we done enough before the lockdown?
Unmute myself. Great question. I think parks, we've known that parks are great for cities for a long time. We've had the City Beautiful movement. This is not new. However, it has often been considered a nice to have and not necessarily a essential to have. And when it's tough budgetary cuts, parks don't get maintained, they become unsafe. They're not really creatively thinking about small scale urban parks. I mean, let's be honest, most of us, unless we live in Detroit and some of the other cities, are not going to tear down the center part of business districts to create a new central park. We need to be creative about looking at those slivers, those corridors, those pocket parks that can create great spaces of access and encourage people to get out of their homes and encourage people to spend time outdoors, which, especially in a time of infectious disease, is really important. I think one of the key things is the issue of siloing. So when you've got the Parks and Rec department here, Chicago is very exceptional. They've got great funding for Parks and Rec, so they've been able to consistently fund their parks and recreation. But most cities, the health department is not linked to the Parks and Rec department. So we were on a session with the Salis Healthy City Design last night with some of our partners from GEL, and they were suggesting, which I thought was great, that you need to put the people in health who are looking at health outcomes and air quality, physical activity. We've done calculations on what that cost would be. They need to be put into the finance department. They need to be put in the finance department for cities and as well as organizations. And I think once we start making that calculation and incorporating it into city budgets, then we will start to see a little bit more. But I do think that moving forward, we have a huge opportunity now to really rethink how we're using our city spaces and create these inclusive, diverse, and quite frankly, fascinating and encouraging and all the things we want for good nature spaces in our cities to make this huge public space and have huge economic and social and health benefits.
Great, thank you. It's great that you've mentioned that there are different departments involved in that process, not only health department or construction department. And now I would like to go on further and invite Karen Lee to have her presentation. Karen, well, active design guidelines that you developed is a solution that provides architects, urban designers, urban planners with guidance and strategies on how to create public healthy places that promote active lifestyle, I would say. And please tell us more about it and the evidence that you have.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to share my screen now, and so you can see that. Share. And I'm going to put it in full screen mode. Okay, can you see the screen? Can everyone see the screen? Okay.
Perfect.
All right. All right. So, hi everyone. I'm Karen Lee. I am an associate professor in the Division of Preventive Medicine, Department of Medicine, University of Alberta. So I'm back in Canada now after about 12 years in New York City. And I think, as Gregory mentioned, when I was there, I was involved in the creation of the active design guidelines that, from our monitoring of downloads has been, downloaded and used by architects, urban planners, urban designers, who are our target audiences in over 80 countries around the world. And we actually created a series of other supplements to the active design guidelines following the release of the guidelines in 2010. You could see one of them on the screen there called Active Design Shaping the Sidewalk Experience. We have an active design supplement on promoting safety. So all of these are available on my website that's shown, drkarenlee.com. I was also asked, by a publisher, Penguin Random House, to write about the process related to, all of these activities that were done in New York. And after New York, I was also involved in consulting for a number of other cities around the world. So that's now captured in Fit Cities. So if people are interested in some of the processes and, how we got them done, the partnerships that Angela also spoke about, you can also read about it in Fit Cities. I only have about 10 minutes as with our other speakers. And so I'm just really going to touch on an introduction to, I think, what our health priorities are today and also some of the evidence out there on the solutions for addressing some of these issues. So to start with, I know we are living currently in the midst of a COVID-19 pandemic. And I think if you look at the leading causes of death outside the pandemic, though, that are very relevant, as Angela said, to the pandemic, they are now non-communicable diseases. So diseases like heart disease and strokes, cancers, diabetes, chronic lung diseases. They're now the #1 cause of death globally, 41 million deaths every year, counting for over 70% of our deaths. And they're largely preventable through leading risk factors like tobacco use, physical inactivity, unhealthy diets, harmful use of alcohol. Those in turn are linked to high blood pressure, overweight and obesity, high cholesterol. And then, if you get cancer, cancer-associated infections. Now, the issues that are highlighted in red, I wanted to talk a little bit more about today. Tobacco and harmful use of alcohol. Now, those are still very important in the global context, but there are also many jurisdictions that have undertaken initiatives like smoke-free workplaces, smoke-free public spaces, zoning and other regulations that regulate, for example, alcohol. But I wanted to talk today about all the things that still can be done in our cities around the promotion of physical activity, healthy food and beverage access, and that can in turn affect these other issues like high blood pressure, overweight, obesity, high cholesterol. These issues, as has been mentioned by Angela, are also really important. If you have these underlying conditions in the context of COVID, you are at risk for more severe infection and for mortality. So the rates of these diseases in our populations are actually very important in determining how bad COVID is also going to hit in our populations and in our geographies. The other issue as well that I wanted to point out is our mental health burdens. You could see that depression, this is from a WHO paper, our depression now significantly affects our global population as well, affecting about 350 million people, or 1 in 20 people worldwide in an average year. It's now the leading cause of disability worldwide. And you can see that effective community approaches include issues like and programs like exercise programs for the elderly. So we typically think issues like social isolation contribute to mental health issues, but in fact, issues like physical activity actually have been shown also to be protective against mental health issues like depression and anxiety. I also want to point out, on the other hand, that the risk factor of social isolation and lack of social support not only affects mental health issues, but also the physical health issues that are now the leading causes of death. So for example, studies have shown that being socially isolated and lacking in social support can actually make you have poor outcomes for diabetes, high blood pressure, arthritis, lung disease. There are also studies that show that, if you are socially isolated, you may be at increased risk for getting a first heart attack up to 50% higher. And so these risk factors, such as physical inactivity and social isolation, actually contribute concurrently to our mental health burdens, as well as to our physical health burdens like chronic diseases. I also wanted to point out that another social factor that has become very prevalent in our world include work stress. So, and work stress, particularly low job control, if you don't properly reward high effort jobs with pay, recognition, status, that can actually be associated with increased risk of both mental health issues and of excess coronary heart disease and chronic diseases. So, the other issue is work insecurity. So having work that is insecure and precarious also impacts health. Now, what can we do about all of this? And what do cities have to do with it? Well, Our cities are often, city governments often are huge employers in their cities. We also have many businesses, that can impact how we organize work. But how we design our cities are also really important. So for example, studies have shown, and these are not just one study, there are multiple studies that have been reviewed, that community design, having enough density to allow for residential areas to be close to stores, jobs, schools, recreation and green spaces, like Angela mentioned, connecting them by sidewalks and bike lanes, amenities that don't require you to only use the car, aesthetic and safety appeals of those environments. And you can shape that by policies like zoning, building codes, government policies, and builders' practices. Those have been associated with increasing physical activity by over 160%, but also decreasing social isolation, increasing people's sense of community. It can also lead to reduction in crime and stress. And so what I also want to demonstrate here is when we actually move upstream to our health solutions, when we don't only rely on treating diseases once people get ill, but we move upstream to prevention and we think about communities and our environments, we can actually impact many of these risk factors all at once. So we could impact physical activity, we could impact social isolation altogether. Street designs complement community design. So for example, at the street scale, do you have good traffic calming approaches? Can you cross the street safely? Do you have street lighting for safety? How do you landscape those elements so that it's more pleasant to walk on those streets? Those types of measures can actually increase physical activity. They're associated with increased physical activity of 35%, again, associated with increased sense of community and decreasing isolation, reducing crime and stress. Building designs can also play a role. So having simple signage like this one that we did in New York, burn calories, not electricity, take the stairs. When you place signage like that at points of decision, so where you're outside of stairwells, next to elevators and escalators, that can increase stair use by a median of 50%. In very high-rise buildings, you may not be able to, some people may not be able to walk 30 floors, for example, but you can reprogram elevators, all of them except one for people with disabilities, but all of the rest can be programmed to being express elevators that stop only at every third or fourth floor. Studies have shown that if you do that, you can increase physical activity by 3,300%. Aesthetic interventions like music and art that you put in stairwells. If you can see the stairs when you walk into a building, natural lighting is also associated with increased stair use.
Karen, you have 1 minute more.
Okay.
Sorry.
Food environments are also really important. So for example, if you have, studies are showing, if you have access to healthy food through having supermarkets, for example, in your neighborhood, those types of neighborhoods have lower rates of obesity and better nutrition in adults and children. On the converse side, if you have a lot of unhealthy food like fast food restaurants, that's associated with increased weight and obesity and poor nutrition in area residents. You can also do things within food retail. For example, labeling calories or sodium on your menu, because we know that when you have information right at the points when you're trying to make decisions, those tend to be the most effective types of information for behavior change. Community gardens, emerging evidence that if you are exposed to gardening, both adults and children, people tend to eat more fruits and vegetables. Even access to tap water. There's a study done in Germany in actually impoverished neighborhoods where they found that, in the schools where they actually ensured that there was tap water to drink, coupled with some elementary education on that those schools had reduced risk of overweight in the children when they followed up with them a few years later compared to schools that didn't have those interventions. And then, of course, work sites, where we spend much of our time. I know many of us are working from home these days, but when we return to the work site, what are the things both socially in the organization of work and physical infrastructure that can be done to support people in the behavior changes and the supports that they need to make those behavior changes around physical activity and healthy eating, and even social connections. Yeah, and then as I mentioned, there are more, if you're interested in more resources, my website has a lot of the resources, including the active design guidelines and its supplements, and the Fit Cities book documents many of the processes. And I also teach a course in June of each year at Columbia University, offered through the Mailman School of Public Health. It's a 2-day course called Designing Healthy Cities. We include, actually, in the past course, we have gone to the Wellbeing Institute, to their building, and to take a look at how they've designed to WELL certifications as well. So thank you very much, and I look forward to more discussion.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you for a great presentation. I have a question for you. And well, you started with evidence, and basically everything that you said was based on evidence, and it's very convincing. But is health actually on the radar, and who realizes its importance and who should?
Well, I think, it can always start from different ways. So, in New York, when I was working there under Mayor Bloomberg's administration, we, the health department, who I was working with, actually created a new position. So I was both the deputy to the assistant commissioner for chronic disease prevention and control, but also the inaugural director for Healthy Built Environments. And so in that role as Healthy Built Environments director, I would actually, it was part of my job to reach out to partners in other city departments, like planning, transport, housing, parks and recreation, school construction, but also to private sector partners like developers, private sector design, architecture, planning firms. And together, we actually co-created things like the active design guidelines and brainstormed together, what we could feasibly do in the city to advance these issues of creating healthier buildings, streets, and neighborhoods. Gregory, I didn't have a chance, in this short presentation to go into the case studies, but I do have some case studies in my next presentation for those who are able to join the next presentation after this one.
Sure. Yeah, and everyone welcome to join us in the next session with Karen Lee. And we're moving forward to Helen Pineo. She's a lecturer in sustainable and healthy built environments at the Faculty of the Built Environment at the University College London. And she has developed a new approach on how basically we can look on impact of urban design and urban spaces on health, called Thrives Framework Towards Healthy Urbanism, Inclusive, Equitable, Sustainable. Please, Helen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gregory. Can you just confirm if you can see my slides?
We can see you at the moment. Yeah,
okay.
Perfect.
Great, thank you. So yes, my name is Helen Pineo, and today I'm going to be introducing a new framework for healthy urbanism called Thrives, and I will also talk about some research we've been doing at the implementation of these principles for healthy urban design in projects around the world. And we've looked at a number of case studies, and so I will share a couple of those and what I think are some of the key lessons about building a business case for healthy urban design. As Karen and Angela have already highlighted, I would just re-emphasize that the COVID-19 pandemic has brought to our attention and really highlighted the connections between health and ecosystems and urban policy. And we have seen within cities around the world that the way our cities are designed and maintained has influenced how well we can cope in the pandemic. And so some communities had greater access to spaces outside. When they were in lockdown, they were still able to get outside into nature, and some communities didn't have that. So it's really emphasizing something that we've known for a long time, which is that the highest environmental burdens within cities are usually in low income and ethnic minority neighborhoods. And so there's lots of studies which have shown that people living in those neighborhoods have reduced access to the things that support health, and they have increased exposure to the things in our urban environments that cause disease and illness and even death. And on the basis of this information and building on a lot of existing theory and evidence about the built environment's impact on health, I've created the Thrives framework. And that stands for Towards Healthy Urbanism, Inclusive, Equitable, Sustainable. And this is a new way of thinking about how can we shape the built environment to support health in cities. And so I've built on existing models, but I've really put planetary and ecosystem health at the center, where usually these models put humans at the center. And that's because I'm trying to really emphasize the importance of the impact of on our health of environmental degradation. And also I've put at the center these three core principles of inclusive, equitable, and sustainable, so that all decision-making within a city for built environment, whether that be infrastructure or energy policies or specific building design measures, they should all consider these three core principles. Within this diagram, you see three different scales of health impact. And through those different mechanisms, the health of a particular city resident can be influenced, but also the decisions that we make in a city like London can influence the health of people in Moscow through the mechanisms of the climate crisis and other environmental degradation. So we can see the importance of city decision-making at multiple scales. And I'll just talk through a little bit more what the Thrives framework means in terms of how we work in urban design and planning. So the three key messages here in the orange boxes, I'll go through those, and the green boxes show a solution. So the first one is that health impacts often occur far away from new development. And that could be through something like the environmental mechanisms, but it could also be social impacts, so that if you exclude certain community groups from a development, that could impact neighboring communities. So we need to think beyond the boundaries of development. And by boundaries, I don't just mean the spatial boundaries, but I'm also thinking over time, so that we may find some impacts are very immediate and some take decades to be seen. The second message is that there are structural barriers that are preventing healthy living for many people. And a lot of public health messaging has, over the years, talked about healthy lifestyles and healthy choices. And I'm trying to build on a number of scholars and practitioners who are pushing back against that messaging and saying that people are prevented from making those healthy choices by societal and structural barriers, such as racism or income inequality. And so within the built environment, we need to target interventions and design with an inclusive process with the communities and residents who will be affected. And finally, the message is that environmental degradation is affecting health now in our cities and around the world. So we need to use sustainable design principles for health. And these two areas have often been seen as separate policy objectives in the built environment. So I'll just give a couple of case study examples. And as I mentioned, this is from a research project. We did interviews in a number of countries around the world with built environment professionals who were working on healthy urban developments. And we also looked at existing guidance documents and studies, and we synthesized the lessons across these case studies. This is the Bullitt Center, which is a 6-story office building in Seattle. And when it was built in around 2013, it was marked as one of the most sustainable buildings in the world. I just highlight some of the active design features that they used to promote energy efficiency, but also for physical activity. So they designed the irresistible staircase, and you can see the picture there. They used Douglas fir wood on the treads for the stairs, which gives a nice scent. And the stairs are also covered on 2 or 3 sides by windows looking out to the city. And so it's nice views. And they're also in a central location. And an evaluation of this found that 68% of the trips from the main floor to the 6th floor were taken via the stairs, which was higher than a typical office building. Some of the other provisions that they had for bicycle storage and showers and no on-site parking, they felt in the evaluation resulted in higher active commuting for people working in the Bullitt Center than other Seattle office workers. And I think this development demonstrates the key messages about thinking beyond the boundaries of development by using the sustainable design principles for health. Another example from the UK is Barton Park, and this project is still being developed, and it's a mixed-use, large-scale development. There'll be around 885 new homes and new open space. But the developers are also contributing to funding for new and improved outdoor sports facilities, health and community hub facilities that can be accessed by new and existing residents. And they're supporting social prescribing, and that means that the local general practitioners will prescribe things like dance classes or outdoor walking to patients who are coming in with, for example, chronic diseases, who they would benefit from that social activity and physical activity. And also strategic transport provision was supported through this development. So I think they've embodied all three of the key messages that I mentioned previously. And some of the evaluations have shown these initial activities have been really well received by the community, particularly the social prescribing has resulted in cost savings for the local health service. This is just a quick overview of the case studies that are included in our research project. And we are drafting up a number of outputs to share this information because we've pulled together the findings from across these projects. We were limited to looking at English language publications, so it's not comprehensive international examples, but there are examples from many different countries. I'm just going to pull out here what I think are some of the key findings for building a business case for healthy design. And this is through the interviews, we found people really frequently described a challenge of convincing developers, and particularly private developers, that they should invest upfront in healthier design measures, which could be higher consultancy costs or specific materials that are more expensive. And so through different evaluations across these projects, we've drawn out some of the key financial benefits, including rent increases. In the project in the Netherlands, they for the first phase of the development was sold on a 23% return. And they also received higher rents compared to other property in that area. And so there are a number of different benefits that are highlighted here, which are financial and can be directly received by the developer. But some of them are also received by public utilities and services. And I liked what Angela was saying about having a health economist in a city department to help measure and bring into the city's budgeting what those benefits will mean so that we can encourage people to invest in features. And the Bullitt project, there was an evaluation that looked at the public benefits of all of the infrastructure that they were producing on site. So by producing energy, by processing their own rainwater and sewage, they actually can save $18.45 million in, over a 250-year life cycle, which is a really significant saving for one building for the city. And then we also pulled out health benefits from these projects. And certainly health economists can turn these into financial figures, but many of these were about increased physical activity from measures on the site, such as walking and cycling, and also residents reporting improved health or decreased use of emergency room services. And the final bullet point there shows the Barton Park Social Prescribing Program, which has resulted in savings of nearly £80,000 over 2.5 years, which is fairly significant. So thank you very much for your time. I just want to highlight that there's a website for further information where you can find links to the journal articles where we've described the Thrives framework, and we will continue to publish the case studies there. And I'll also note that I run a master's program at UCL called the Masters in Health, Wellbeing, and Sustainable Buildings, and we have recruitment open for next year, and the link is there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Helen. Well, you mentioned that your approach is connected to promoting health and advocacy for health in built environment. And I was wondering, how can we make this knowledge more accessible? What would be the ways? And how can we spread it wider? And I guess it may be connected with your working at the education.
Yeah, I think there's a need for increased education across multiple built environment professions, and that would include architecture and surveyors and planners, urban designers. They all need to incorporate much more about health within their core curriculum for undergraduate programs. I think that practitioners are now receiving a lot of good guidance documents, and training is now becoming more and more available for current practitioners to upskill in this area. And we have some funding from the Bartlett to produce an open online training course for professionals about the Thrives framework, and using the case studies that I've demonstrated here, and also building on the huge range of evidence that also Angela and Karen cited in their presentations. There's just a huge amount of evidence that tells us that we can act now to develop healthy built environments. And I think by using that kind of professional training, we can help people understand the range of skills that they will need across design, but also building the business case.
Great, thank you. The next speaker will be Alexandra Chichotkina, Managing Director at Strelka KB. And at Bureau, they deliver a lot of projects in Russia, and they started realizing that health and sustainability are important, and Alexandra will share with us what seems to be the most important, what are the challenges in Russia. Please, Alexandra, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. And I'm happy to join this international discussion, actually, that represent our Russian experience, local experience in some way. I'll give my presentation in Russian language. I prepared it in Russian, but then I will be happy to be back in English with our colleagues. Please tell me if the screen is on, if you can see my presentation.
Thank you very much, and good evening to all our participants. My name is Alexandra Chichotkina. I will just switch off the translation. So my name is Alexandra Chichotkina, and I am the project director, and I deal a lot with projects of city districts development in Strelka KB. And as Grigory has said, lately we see these common trends for territory development and issues related to city territories linked to the following questions. What is a healthy city or a livable city? Because, you know, in Russia, cities, and first of all, I need to say that cities in Russia continue to grow. The number of city dwellers is increasing. Now, a huge percentage of our population is living in cities, and practically 33% are big cities. And this is the aspect which gives the difference between us and other cities. But at the same time, we understand that according to a number of modern studies, key issues and reasons for chronic diseases of people in cities are epidemiological factors. So not genetic factors, but environmental factors and factors related to the lifestyle. So what is the lifestyle of a person? What does he or she eat? What are the environmental factors? How he or she can cope with the stress in the urban environment? And this is also one of the most important factors to prevent some biological issues. So from the point of view of healthy cities, key challenges are in the sphere of biology, and now I would like to talk more about this. Also, they are in the sphere of unhealthy lifestyle, and it depends also on the possibility to have a healthy lifestyle in a specific urban environment. So the ecological issues influence the lives of the majority of Russian population, because practically 70% of people are living in cities with polluted air, with polluted underground waters and soil, and big industrial cities suffer from such issues. And we see the increase in influence of environmental factors on population health. Life in cities and employment can increase the reduction of physical activity and the increase in stress, etc. This is not a secret for big cities and for all people who are working in such spheres. So everything which is directly connected to the increase and a popularity of such a lifestyle also will influence on health issues. Also, we see that urban environment will increase the number of people having physical activity up to 60%. And we see that people who could develop the economy and lead a healthy lifestyle are suffering from chronic diseases, which could have been prevented if we promote healthy solutions for our cities. And also, the vulnerability of cities in front of epidemics also depends on density, and more than 70% of coronavirus incidence is happening in big cities, where not only the population density is high, but also where we have overpopulation. And we know that issues with health will also lead to issues in economy. We will have an increase in inefficient public expenditures, and it will be a vicious circle which will negatively impact the general health situation. That's why we are talking about creation of healthy cities, which will enable us to face such environmental and economical issues. If we talk about principles or ingredients for a healthy city, we need to understand that space solutions can integrate or modify some key elements. And these key elements are the following. So these are cities which enable people to have a healthy lifestyle, cities with a comfortable urban environment and accessible for all the social layers, cities with high quality and comfortable housing, and cities which are resilient to climate crises. Today, taking into account limited time for my presentation, I would like to highlight the questions of ecological and climate resilience. But before doing this, I will just highlight some other key elements. In Astrelka KB, we are developing a lot of projects related to standards, and we are also developers of the national standard of complex territory development, which suggests a number of solutions for urban space, and we can use it as a constructor, and it helps us to have the general image of the environment, which will enable people to choose between different scenarios of lifestyle, and so we can choose among those scenarios and have the most suitable one. On the one side, it can show us technological aspects of space development, and on the other side, it allows us to influence the lifestyle of people. A great number of projects also include questions related to mobility and inclusion. Also, projects related to the development of bicycle lanes, and we see the increase in importance of bicycles in our everyday life, and also as an everyday means of transportation, and also as a source of bicycle tourism. In Russia, we see a lot of developments in the sphere of comfort cities, starting from different norms and standards for comfortable spaces, ending to modern trends we see in megacities, and also high quality and comfortable housing. In this sphere, we have new solutions to achieve the highest possible level of quality of housing and of flats layout. And if we talk about climate and ecological resilience, we need to say that modern cities should be able to optimize resources they have. They need to take care of ecology and environment. They need to take measures to increase their ecological resilience and to reduce the charge of anthropogenic factors, because these risks are rising now, and finally it will also influence the state and the health of people. And last point, this is the consequences of global climate change on Moscow. We know that we have air pollution and the pollution of waters, and the number of precipitations also increase. We need to increase the expenditures to cope with this. For example, it was practically 1 billion rubles in 2019, and our system cannot cope with this great number of rain waters. 633 million cubic meters is the whole volume of rain waters, and practically 270 million cubic meters, it is a non-organized volume of rain waters which go just to the Moskva river, and only 7% of all these volumes are purified according to all the standards. So we understand that the majority of these rain waters are not purified, are not treated. That's why it is an issue for public health in this city. But modern infrastructure can help us to face this challenge. And for example, we can prevent the fact that this water goes to the street, actually. And also this infrastructure can be self-resilient, multifunctional, more accessible, because it will be energy efficient, and also it will enable us to reduce costs. Such green infrastructure will really reduce costs for treating rainwaters. And we are talking about bio-drainage or other technologies which are quite easy to organize in open spaces to have this effect in our city. And if we're talking about some additional solutions, we can create bio-drainage parkings. Such typological solutions can be found in new standards and in a number of guidelines. You can find the links in presentations of my colleagues. And these are the solutions we can use today to cope with these challenges. The effect from such green infrastructure is considerable because, from the one hand, it will help us to cope with CO2 emissions and greenhouse gases, because today we have a considerable volume of greenhouse gases there where we don't want to have them. We also can take out dust particles. We can mitigate the issues related to temperature. It is very important for Moscow, for sure. And also the adaptation to such climate changes. It is not just a long chain of events. It also gives us new possibilities. It helps the economy, it reduces our capital expenditures on infrastructure, it reduces consumption, it helps us to distribute in a more correct way the treatment of rainwaters. We can restore our underground waters, and also, which is the most important, we can improve the quality of life of city dwellers, of people. We can improve their health because they will live in pure, not polluted spaces, and they won't face any negative consequences. Because, you know, in megacities there are quite a lot of issues related to healthy lifestyle. And also architectural and planning layouts also can influence the city dwellers' lifestyle. That's why we see that this is a complex a series of factors which should be taken into account by urban planners and all the stakeholders. Thank you very much for your attention. I will be glad to discuss it further.
Seconds or minutes left, so I have the last question to all of you, and I'll ask you to be as brief as possible. You've mentioned different approaches, tools, or points of view on how can health be included in built environment, how can we change cities, and basically my question will be, what would be these professionals, how can these projects can be developed on land when certain officials or certain local authorities, they don't have all that expertise? How can they move towards healthier cities?
Well, thank you very much for your question. I think that's a question which actually would lay in any sphere. It's about being multidisciplinary. It's not a case when one architect who is responsible for a space in the city can provide all the solutions which will also be sustainable and green friendly and taking nature as a stakeholder in a project. It's about bringing into your project specialists, ecologists and experts in these disciplines who would help you to actually set a new quality for the solutions that you provide. So I believe in multidisciplinary teams, and probably the challenges of our cities, they really start to tell us that it's quite important to hear our colleagues from the disciplines which can add value to the spatial practices that we are developing through our guidelines and through other documents.
Thank you. Angela, Karen, Helen, do you have anything to add to?
I was going to say that, I think one of the ways that when I was in New York, and that we're actually going to start now in Canada as well, that we use to bring together different professions to share their expertise was through our Fit City conferences that we had annually in New York, and it's still going on, I believe. We are going to, in Canada, start this, and on February 24th, it's going to be a virtual conference, so if folks here want to join as well. On February 24th, we are going to have a Fit Cities, Fit Towns conference. It'll be done virtually this year, but that, we've done these conferences before, and I've helped other cities. We've done one actually in London quite a while ago, in 2012, I believe, in conjunction with city officials there. We've done it in various US cities like Miami, Boston, and what the Fit City conferences can do, or Fit Cities, Fit Towns, is it can bring together these different groups with different expertise, the planners, the architects, the developers, the city officials from different departments, people from health, academic sectors that do research in all of these areas. And you could have a joint discussion, and people can also meet each other and start to find networks of folks that they can partner and work with within their cities. So, I just wanted to comment and add that.
I would say quickly that the city of Philadelphia, this has been an ongoing issue to get different departments to talk to each other. The city of Philadelphia has had a really interesting model that seemed to be surprisingly effective, and this is with not very much income. They had cabinet level appointees, and this was on sustainability and resilience. And they also used the Clean Water Act, which they negotiated with EPA to be able to get to deal with stormwater on site. But what they did is that every time there was any kind of construction, road, redo, neighborhood development, they would have all the different people from different departments and decision makers, not just like a lower representative, but decision makers saying, is this an opportunity for us to create a urban green space there? Is this an opportunity for us to also address stormwater on site? And by doing that, they're able to shift money between departments. They're able to actually do a huge amount with very few resources, and it really helped to reduce that siloing. I mean, when I was interviewing some of these officials for the book, I was quite amazed. I've been doing urban planning stuff for a long time, and siloing is one of the biggest issues. The accounting for this intervention doesn't match up because the benefits are spread across lots of different departments, but that seems to be in a very effective way. And they've done amazing things with really, I mean, they've got a very high level of poverty in some areas, so their budget isn't high, but they've been quite successful.
Thank you, Angela. Helen, do you have anything to add up, or can I wrap up?
Well, I would just say that I think what everyone else has suggested is right, and the importance of networking is huge. I think that there's so much existing guidance, and there is a temptation, because this is a new area for some built environment professionals, to kind of reinvent things because they weren't taught about it in their core education, and they may not know the right people who can point them to the existing resources. So I think having a city support for some key conferences and regular events for public health and built environment professionals to interact and share resources would be a really great idea in areas where this is still emerging. I mean, some cities have, like New York, already built that strong practice, and some cities probably need to start those networks and move them forward.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you, all of you. It was a great pleasure to moderate you. I guess just to summarize, we can see that there is no simple solution, but at the same time, we have enough evidence to start striving towards healthier, better cities, and we have a lot of work to do. Thank you, and goodbye.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much.
You.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Григорий Мальцев, я буду модерировать.
Hello, Grigory Maltsev. I am going to moderate keynote speech of Karen Lee, Fit Cities, Prevention of Non-Communicable Diseases. So in cities, this is one of the main focuses of global health. And architects and planners are fighters for healthier lifestyle. And Karen Lee, associate professor, is studying this problem, and she's going to speak about it. Karen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gregory. I'm going to share my screen now so you can see my slides. Share screen. Okay. Gregory, can you see the slides? Okay, I'm assuming everyone can see my slides.
Yes,
Gregory, you'll let me know if, yeah, you can see it?
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you everyone for joining me today. I want to thank Moscow Urban Forum for inviting me to talk about the role of fit cities and prevention of non-communicable diseases. I was going to say, for some of you who may have attended the last session, the International Dialogue on Active Designing, Maintaining a Healthy Lifestyle in a Mega City, you'll have seen a few of the introductory slides, but for those who haven't, I need to present them again, just so that there's a little bit of background on what the evidence and the data is showing us. So I want to start by showing our priorities for today. As you could see, if you look at global health priorities in the 19th and early 20th centuries, many of our cities were faced with issues like cholera, tuberculosis, infectious diseases that were the leading causes of death. Maternal and infant health, maternal infant mortality, for example, was also very high. Safety issues were also really important. In many cases, we didn't have a lot of safety standards that have been introduced since and that have really helped us to address previous issues of the past. So, how did we actually address many of these issues? So issues like cholera, we actually addressed by actually looking at how we built our cities. In the infrastructure in our cities, like having good sewage systems, introducing safe water, even building ventilation and having windows in buildings became standards that helped to allow light and air to circulate to address, for example, respiratory diseases. So these introductions of healthier infrastructure in our buildings, our city streets, our neighborhoods, really helped us to address many of these issues. Today, we've got actually a different set of diseases. Chronic diseases like heart disease and strokes, cancers, diabetes are now the leading causes of death. Mental health issues are leading causes of disability around the world. We have aging populations. We have climate change and environmental pollution. Of course, we still have emerging infectious diseases, like, for example, COVID-19 that we're being faced with right now. It is important to note, though, that if you look at the current infectious disease landscape, even issues like COVID-19, or, for example, every year we know that many people suffer from and even die from influenza, that these underlying chronic diseases and our aging populations are actually really key risk factors for mortality and for severe infection from these diseases. And so they're not unlinked, but rather they are actually linked together. So as I mentioned, the leading causes of death today include and are non-communicable diseases: heart disease and strokes, cancers, diabetes, chronic lung disease. They are now the #1 cause of death globally, 41 million deaths per year, or over 70% of deaths. And many of these diseases are actually preventable. You know, we have preventable risk factors like tobacco use, physical inactivity, unhealthy diets, harmful use of alcohol. These in turn are linked to things like high blood pressure, overweight and obesity, having high cholesterol, or if you get cancer, also cancer-associated infections. Because of these high burdens of illness, these are also underlying diseases for severe infections from issues like COVID. And so if we cannot bring these types of issues under control, they put us at increased risk of severe infection and mortality from issues like COVID. Of mental health issues globally now, about 350 million people every year are affected by episodes of depression. That's about 1 in 20 people every year. It's a leading cause of disability worldwide. And you could see that in WHO report from 2012, they actually talked about some of the effective approaches in the community for preventing depression. And they include programs like exercise programs for the elderly. And that's because these types of programs can provide both a way for the elderly and for people to socialize, but also physical activity has increasingly been found to be protective against mental health issues like depression and anxiety. I also want to bring up that social factors like social isolation are also extremely important, not just in mental health issues, but also in physical health issues. So for example, if you are socially isolated and you lack social support from friends and family, you are more likely to have worse outcomes with physical health issues like diabetes, high blood pressure, arthritis, lung disease. There are studies that show that if you are socially isolated, your risk of getting a first heart attack could be increased by 50%. And so social issues are important in both mental health and physical health, and physical risk factors like physical inactivity, unhealthy diets can in turn impact both physical and mental health. Work stress is another social factor that we are seeing around the world. So, you know, if you have job insecurity and precarious employment, that has adverse effects on both mental and physical health. Stress at work can increase your risk of getting heart disease, not just mental health issues, but heart disease by 50%. There is consistent evidence now that job stress caused by low control at work, low control around the conditions at work, at having been poorly rewarded when you have a high effort job, that these are risk factors for both mental and physical health problems. So what can we do about that? Well, the evidence is showing us that in fact, we can do quite a bit. You know, there are now many studies that show that if you design a community well, so for example, you place residential areas near to recreation areas so that people have access to you know, parks, playgrounds, exercise areas, but also to jobs, to schools, to stores. You connect them by good sidewalks and pedestrian paths. You make sure that the environment is safe from crime and also safe from traffic. That you make the environment appealing through nice landscaping, but not so much landscaping that it obstructs views and causes danger. That, you know, you could shape these things through zoning policies, through building codes, government policies, and even builders, private builders' practices. That when you do those things, these are associated with an over 160% improvement in physical activity. You can also at the same time decrease social isolation and increase people's sense of community. And it can also be associated with reductions in crime and stress. So if people are out and about walking because they're walking to get to neighborhood areas, they're more likely to run into their neighbors and be less socially isolated. They're more likely to be looking at what's going on the streets. There are more eyes on the streets, and that can help with reductions of crime. Street designs can also complement community design. So, you know, things that improve safety like lighting on the streets, where you can cross the street safely because there are infrastructures to do so. when you calm traffic, particularly where there are pedestrians, through speed bumps and traffic circles, if you enhance landscaping for both safety and aesthetics, these types of things are associated with increased physical activity of 35%, increased sense of community, decreasing social isolation, and reducing crime and stress. So these are basically based on studies that have been done. Our building designs are also important. So, you know, simple signage at points of decision, outside stairwells, next to elevators and escalators, that actually encourage people to take the stairs for health or other benefits. For example, environmental benefits, like this New York City sign that says burn calories, not electricity, take the stairs. Those have been shown to be associated with a 50% increase in stair use. For very high-rise buildings, you can reprogram elevators to stop at every 4th floor, for example, except for one elevator for people with disabilities. And those types of buildings have been shown to increase stair use by over 3,300%. You can make stairwells more pleasant through music and art, more visible when you walk into a building. And there are now materials like even fire-rated glass that you can use on doors and the walls of stairwells safely. And natural lighting has also been shown to increase stair use. Food environments, very important. If you have access to healthy food through supermarkets, for example, and grocery stores, those are associated with lower rates of neighborhood obesity and better nutrition in neighborhood residents. Conversely, if you have high densities of unhealthy foods like fast food restaurants, those are associated with unhealthy weights, obesity, and poor nutrition in neighborhood residents. You could do things also in food retail. For example, removing trans fats in restaurant foods, labeling the menu and menu boards with things like calorie information or sodium information. Those types of things have also been found to be helpful. Community gardens, so not only do they provide an extra space for people to socialize, to get physical activity, but there are some studies showing that exposure to community garden in both adults and children can increase people's fruit and vegetable intake, and access to safe tap water as well. There's been studies showing that, you know, children in poor neighborhoods, for example, in Germany, when schools ensured that there was safe tap water for the kids to drink, that over time, those schools had reduced risk of overweight in their children compared to other schools that didn't do that. I also want to mention that there are many benefits beyond health when we build more active and healthier communities. So in this book called Active Cities, a Guide for City Leaders that I was involved with, the first section actually documents all of the different benefits that have been shown in studies, from safety benefits like less crime, environmental benefits like reduced pollution, social benefits like better social cohesion, decreased social isolation, and even economic benefits. For example, increased retail sales, creation of jobs and job growth by using healthy infrastructure to do that. So you can read all about it in this guide if you're interested. The second section of the guide actually gives some how-to processes, and the third section actually has some case studies and resources. Some of the how-tos can also be captured through the case studies. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the case studies here. So some case studies from the US and from Canada that I've been involved with. So, you know, prior to my returning to Canada now as an associate professor and director of the Housing for Health Project, I was in New York working during Mayor Bloomberg's years. And I was their inaugural director of Healthy Built Environments and of Active Design. And I also was the deputy to the Assistant Commissioner for Chronic Disease Prevention and Control. And some of the environmental and policy approaches that we took were integrating health and well-being right into master plans. There are other cities like Philadelphia that have also done that. One of the ways to do that is to ensure that whenever you're creating a new development, whether that's a neighborhood development, streets, or buildings, or you're doing major renovations of those infrastructures, that you integrate the promotion of physical activity, healthy food, and beverage access right into them. Even your buildings, right? So for example, you can adopt guidelines that are available, active design guidelines. There are now green building certification credits like the LEED design for active occupants, which is a special credit that promotes physical activity in building and building occupants. There are site transportation credits, active transportation credits, like for bicycle storage, etc. LEED for neighborhood development was developed in conjunction with health stakeholders. I was involved in that consultation, for example. There's also new certification systems for health and healthier buildings and communities like WELL. And so there are these guides that you can integrate right into the process for all developments that you're using. If you're a private sector firm, a development firm, a planning firm, you can integrate these guides right into your process of working with clients or when you're developing your own developments. If you're a city and a city official, you can ensure that staff are trained and integrating these health-related elements right in. Administrative policies. You can ensure that your administrative policies includes the use of these guidelines that promote health right into your policies. Considering vulnerable populations is very important. So for example, we have aging populations in many of our cities who may need more help getting around for mobility and social factors. And access to healthy amenities nearby and near their homes is a really important one for helping them stay healthy and staying in place in their homes for a longer period of time. Low-income populations as well may not have the economic power to purchase some of these amenities. And so integrating the amenities like exercise facilities right into affordable housing or into low-income neighborhoods in our public parks are ways that we can do this to increase access. Now, there were a lot of concerns when we were working with affordable housing in the US, in New York and San Antonio and Atlanta, that integrating in healthy criteria and healthy guidelines would actually cost a lot more. And so we ended up doing a study that integrated the health, affordable housing, and developers in these three cities. And we found that there were a whole list of items that could be done actually very inexpensively and also very feasibly as we talked to the developers. They included integrating in recreation spaces, even rooftop farms, and even integrating right into requests for proposals for new developments, scoring criteria that used health guidelines. In New York, we also had an initiative called Fresh Food Retail Expansion to Support Health, where my staff, city planning staff and economic development staff worked together to create a series of zoning and tax incentives to create and expand supermarkets in our poorest neighborhoods that had the lowest access to grocery stores. And what we found was not only were we able to increase the number of grocery stores providing fresh fruits and vegetables, but also create new jobs in those poorest neighborhoods. And also new fruits and vegetable cart permits, again, in the neighborhoods that had the least amount of access to healthy food. So here are some of the cities I've worked with in the United States. New York City, when I was there, we were given a grant to mentor 14 other US cities. And you could see that in all cities, planning and public health worked together. They had to make these changes happen in our environments. Transportation was also involved in many of these cities. Education and school construction, parks and recreation, public works, housing development, and also sometimes the buildings department was brought in because of building code changes that were needed. Successes from this, so in New York, in less than 1 decade of doing this work, we reversed childhood obesity trends. So while childhood obesity was going up in many other cities, we turned around these trends. And 2 of our mentee cities, Philadelphia and San Diego, by taking this comprehensive environmental and policy approach, a healthy cities approach, also was able to do that. We increased bicycle travel, which was good for the environment and good for health. And because of good designs, we were also able to decrease traffic fatalities by about 30%. Transit ridership increased by about 11%. Air pollution levels decreased at the areas that we pedestrianized. No physical activity at all in the last 30 days showed a significant decline after showing no change in the last decade. And within 1 decade, we were able to increase life expectancy faster than in the rest of the US in New York City. There were positive economic outcomes as well. Retail sales increased, retail storefront vacancies decreased where we pedestrianized and where we improved transit and bike lanes. And as I mentioned already, even created jobs to supermarket developments in our poorest neighborhoods. Some of these stories are documented in my book, Fit Cities, if you're interested in learning more. Also, every year, not this past year, but usually most Junes, and we're hoping to start up again in 2021, I offer a 2-day course at Columbia University in New York, where we go out to see a series of these things that have been done. For example, in New York, we meet with the folks from different departments that were important in helping to implement these initiatives so that you could hear how it's done. So if you're interested, please check those out. They're available on my website, drkarenlee.com. I also wanted to mention briefly initiatives in Canada, like the Housing for Health initiative that I currently run. We've got this multi-sector partnership working group of over 100 partners, pilot developments, community engagement. We do research and evaluation of health impacts. And we will have our first annual conference this February 24th, and it will be virtual, called Fit Cities, Fit Towns, if folks want to join. We also are working on a set of healthy community guidelines to guide healthy practices at the building, street, and neighborhood level. This will represent an update from our 2010, the active design guidelines that I worked on in 2010. That's like over a decade years old now. And so we are working on these new guidelines, and they should be available for people who are interested in 2021 as well. And, I think I'll just mention that pilot developments are also really important because pilot studies help us to show what's feasible in the local context and to share with others as well. So, one of our pilot developments, you could see on the pictures on the left, we actually, during COVID, the developer was able to bring in a mobile farmer's market to give increased access to his elderly residents to fruits and vegetables. And then, the neighborhood also has parks and trails. I mentioned the conference already. If you're interested, please contact me. We will have keynotes who are international on both the public realm and design and planning, and also social connections. And as I mentioned, for more resources, you can also check out my website and the book. I think that's it. I want to thank everyone for joining today, and feel free to contact me as well at my email.
Thank you, Karen. Now we have time to talk. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was deeper than the one before, and it's great. And the first question or topic that I would like to discuss is that the guidelines that you've mentioned, they can be also used during renovation programs, right? Because in Moscow, there's a huge renovation program, which will affect many people. And do you see examples when construction or reconstruction of the buildings is being made with health in mind?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, I know that when I was in New York, for example, and now I'm in Canada, but we are looking at renovation as a major opportunity, right? You're going to be spending money to make those buildings better. And now, we can integrate in evidence-based designs and amenities that we know can help to improve the health of folks who are going to be spending time in that buildings, whether they're worksite buildings or they are home buildings. Yeah, because many of our cities, as you mentioned, Gregory, they're built, and so if you have a city that's older and has built infrastructure, you're not necessarily going to be doing only new construction. You're going to be doing major renovations. And as I mentioned, there are now materials that can be used. So, if you're renovating a building and you're not going to, even if you're not going to move around, for example, your stairwell, there are opportunities to make them more visible, more safe through available technologies now. So examples of new available technologies include fire-rated glass. So it used to be you can't really put a lot of glass on fire-rated stairwells because that glass may explode. But now with fire-rated glass, it can actually withstand fire for a long period of time, and so they're safe to use in a lot of building codes. The other is there are new technologies for winter cities, right? For sidewalks, where you could have heated sidewalks that don't have to be cleared in the wintertime, because of course, ice and snow can present barriers for vulnerable population groups like aging populations walking outside on the sidewalk in the wintertime. And so, but there are new technologies as we renovate that we can utilize. If you are renovating and the pipes, right, the water pipes, as you pull up those pipes, as you open up the streets to do those pipes, those are opportunities to bring onto the street or into your parks and public spaces new drinking water fountains. So we're not asking you necessarily to like break the road to bring up those new water fountains, but when you're actually doing new renovation construction work anyways, those are opportunities to integrate in these healthy elements.
Okay, great. Thank you for such a broad answer. Another thing that was bothering me is that, well, let's step back to the COVID situation, right? Of course, we've noticed bad outcomes for the economy and for mental health, and because of isolation and lack of contact, right? But the problem with mental health and built environment exists before. And can you please enlighten a bit on that, and how actually can we change stress and pressure that city puts on citizens through some interventions or active design?
Yeah, so clearly, during this time of COVID, it is absolutely critical, that we practice, issues like physical distancing in order to prevent the spread of COVID. But while we're trying to keep citizens safe, you are pointing out that there are some unintended consequences that we're starting to see, like poor mental health issues, but also, from lack of physical activity. So, with people not necessarily getting the exercise that they used to get, and even particularly vulnerable populations like seniors, whose health, physical health and mental health can decline very quickly. So, when I talk to geriatricians who are taking care of older patients, for example, or physicians who see a lot of older patients, they are telling me that, they are seeing patients who used to be older but very strong, getting now very physically weak because they're not getting enough physical activity and they're socially isolated. But, there are ways that we are seeing that in cities, that cities are taking on to try to ensure that people are not socially isolated while they're physically distanced. So some examples are, in many cities now, for example, in Canada, there are cities that are, if the sidewalk is too narrow and there aren't enough space for pedestrians to safely walk on those sidewalks, they are opening up, for example, an extra lane. So they're taking an extra lane from the car road and actually blockading it and opening that up for pedestrians to spill onto. So that allows for people to continue to walk to places, especially if they can't drive or take a car anymore. Another is, people could use that for walking for recreation. They can use it as a space where they could safely walk outside and maybe meet their neighbors and see their neighbors when they're outside safely in a physically distanced way. So there are things that can be done to increase physical activity and social connection while safely physically distancing. And we're seeing cities do that. More cities could potentially be doing that and also upkeeping that.
Okay, okay. And you just mentioned elderly, right? And I was wondering, well, if we're focusing on developing active urban space, active built environment, it seems that it's important for people who haven't got any non-communicable disease, like burdens that will be with them their whole life. How actually active environment is also important for the elderly, or is it more important for those who are still healthy and young?
It's actually important for all. You know, I think as you pointed out, Gregory, when we had our chat yesterday, that, you know, children, I mean, I didn't have time to go into all the different settings, right? But, you know, I talked about vulnerable populations like low-income neighborhoods and affordable housing and, you know, neighborhoods that might have a lot of seniors and elderly. But you're absolutely right. Our workplaces need to be looking at how they can be healthier for our adult populations and working populations, including the younger and healthy populations, because we can prevent them from getting sick in the first place. Children, right? You know, we are increasingly seeing conditions like high blood pressure, you know, even type 2 diabetes that didn't used to exist in children, didn't used to be seen in children, in younger and younger kids. And that is because of the childhood obesity epidemic that we're seeing around the world. So daycare environments, school environments, and their policies around healthy food, around physical activity are also absolutely essential. How we design those buildings, how we design the neighborhoods in which we place schools and daycares, so that, for example, kids can walk or bicycle to school, not only be driven to school.
Okay, thank you. I guess I have one more question at least. At the session before and this session, we're speaking a lot about evidence, how urban health is based actually on evidence because it has to be convincing. And my question will consist of 3 parts. The first one will be actually how, in a situation when we don't have enough evidence at the moment, how can we generate evidence before we take actions, or how can we get evidence more visible because it's not, for example, that widespread in Russia? And how can we convince the decision makers which data is best and which ways to show it are the best? And also, who is the best recipient?
Oh, well, as you can see, there are so many sectors who need to be recipients, right? Because, for example, there are folks who are building buildings, like our architects, but the developers are their clients, you know, or the building owners. So both of those sets of folks need to get the information. There are urban planners who work for our cities, but also urban planners who work for private sector firms that might help developers doing a larger development. Our city officials and municipal officials need to hear about the evidence, right? At the same time, though, the people in health who might know about this evidence, we need to work closely with city officials, with our planners, with our developers, with our architects, with our, you know, school builders, with our affordable housing and housing builders, because you guys know also, like in the local context where you're in, what are the building codes, the zoning policies that will allow us to do the things that we need to do? Or you might be able to identify as well the zoning policies or the building codes that are currently barriers that maybe we need to work together to improve. So that's one issue about like the who needs to get this information. I think many different professions and sectors need to get this information. Now, in terms of the evidence, there is already, as you heard, Gregory, a lot of evidence of the things that can be done. So in the Healthy Community Guidelines that I mentioned that we're working on right now in Canada, that will be available for use because it'll be an electronic document. We are looking at, what are the strategies that the latest evidence is telling us about? But we are also going to identify strategies. So we are working to create those guidelines, not just in health, but also with people in planning and development, municipal officials, even community residents who are involved in their communities in reviewing, for example, development proposals that come to their neighborhood. These folks are giving us inputs on things that they want to see in the guidelines. And so some of those things are not yet going to have evidence. And so one of the things that we're planning to do with the guidelines is to highlight the things that have different levels of evidence, but also identify the strategies where more research might be needed to get evidence. So what that means is, for those strategies, when you are going to use those strategies, if you're using it in your own project in the future, you should be thinking about, can you partner with a health researcher in your city? Or, like we're working internationally now with groups like ours, like mine, researchers who can actually evaluate these innovations that you're doing to generate the next level and the next round and next generation of evidence as well. So does that answer your question, Gregory? I don't know if I answered all the parts.
In general, I would say yes. Yes, it is. Well, Karen, I guess that's it. We ran out of time, unfortunately. I had the pleasure talking to you, and
yes,
I hope that as well
mine.
as our audience has pleasure listening. Just to summarize a bit, I hope that all that officials, developers, etc. will hear that they need to gather interdisciplinary teams and to try to share their expertise with each other. And I hope such conversation will happen more often. Thank you so much.
And Gregory, as people are thinking about how can I do this, you could read the Fit Cities book, the Active Cities Guide for City Leaders book. Those could be helpful. The Healthy Community Guidelines hopefully will be coming out soon in 2021 for everyone who wants to use it. And Gregory, if I'll share with you as well the February 24th Fit Cities, Fit Towns virtual conference. In case you're able to share it with attendees and other people want to join.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. Bye.